4:20 de la madrugada, la hora adecuada. Yo no me ando con mamadas y los bajo de volada. Si te vienen a contar cositas malas de mí, diles que sí, que yo te dije que sí fui. Si te vienen a contar cositas malas de mí, diles que sí, que yo te dije que sí fui. Ahora es el momento, demuestre que es violento, que sí le vale verga y que trae un armamento, que su gente lo respalda para las drogas y las armas y que aparte trae un buen adiestramiento. Que se habla con el ejército, no es cierto. Que se habla con los azules, no es cierto. Que se entiende con la maña, que muerde como piraña y si piensa que me apaña, eso no es cierto. El momento es ahora, no la hora de la hora, porque luego no le atora. Se lo digo de cora, como tú mirado varios que se pintan de sicarios y resultan lo contrario. Dicen que son de barrio, que fueron pandilleros, no tienen expediente y el cheque son puro pedo. Pa' hacerlo verdadero, nomás ocupa huevos, quizá nacer de nuevo, pero no ser embustero. Si te vienen a contar cositas malas de mí, diles que sí, que yo te dije que sí fui. Si te vienen a contar cositas malas de mí, diles que sí, que yo te dije que sí fui. No se pinte de pelón si viene del reggaetón. Justin Bieber trae tatuajes y eso no lo hace cabrón. Panochón, a ver, diga que es de aneta, que la calle lo respeta y que su lírica es honesta, que no es otra muñeca como Daddy Yankee, que llegó de jefe y al final tiró la Barbie. Diga que es un gángster, diga que es malandro, perra como quiera, nadie lo baja de liandro. Actitud de chango, de todos se columpia, a todos nos menciona y a todos nos la chupa. Bambazo en la nuca, al estilo de los guachos, por acá en el norte se le llama chiricuazo. Te educaré muchacho sin hacerte promoción, lo que hizo en caricatura yo lo hice después del show. Pregúntale al Snoop con quien se fumó la mota, cállate la boca y toma lo que te toca. Si te vienen a contar cositas malas de mí, diles que sí, que yo te dije que sí fui. Si te vienen a contar cositas malas de mí, diles que sí, que yo te dije que sí fui. Tira tu liriquilla tú solito contra mí, o si quieres todo el team, yo llegué a ponerle fin. Aquí nadie va a morir, aquí nadie va a sangrar, es solo cuestión de rap como Biggie con Tupac. Risas lo que dan, copian como cantan, las letras se roban, como llegan se van. Ya se enteró papá, quien le tiró a los fans. Llora por mamoncito de retache, va pa' atrás. Le quiso acomodar, pero ya no le salió. El babo ya te oyó y hasta te escribió canción. Chamaquito cachetón, es hipócrita y culón. Sé que me miró mamón, pero el güey se lo buscó. Si te vienen a contar cositas malas de mí, diles que sí, que yo te dije que sí fui. Si te vienen a contar cositas malas de mí, diles que sí, que yo te dije que sí fui. Yo mero, el mero mero culero, y cuando quiera, aquí lo espero, y donde lo tope, pues hay mero. Si ya sabe de qué lado me roza la truza, hombre, del que me cuelga la riata, puro pinche cártel de Santa la verga, compa, y deje la calle a ver si es cierto todas las pinches mamás que canta, güey.
Okay. All right. My apologies, y'all. Shit, man. You know, I wanted to mind my own business today. I wanted to just lock in, knock out this video, get it over with. But the Nepo multi-millionaire white man known as Hassan Piker decided to throw a tantrum, and I just can't help myself but to be an absolute petty ass hater. And of course, demonstrating that whiteness is international, that whiteness and white behavior are trying to co-opt and take your fucking voice from you, to tell you who and what you are, to meet their fucking ends. You have BadEmpanada using Palestinians for his own ego. How people forget that not too long ago, this fool was doing everything in his power to be Hassan Piker's attack dog. He was Kyla before Kyla. He was getting shocked before the shot caller. He's a pathetic opportunist. What are you going to do? Make it make sense. How do you know? How do you know? How do you know that someone's an opportunist? Well, when they switch up, depending on the access and the person they're speaking to. Knowing everything he knows about Hassan Piker. For months, he was his attack dog. And only went back to being critical when he got tossed to the side. Don't let him use you for his ego. Fuck all these white people. Where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at? When someone publicly calls you a token, it is wild, man. It is wild. Couldn't be me, but hey, everyone has a different level of self-respect, I guess. Don't let somebody embarrass you like that in public. All right. Before we get started, real quick, indulge me. Indulge me. One, we'll get to this shortly right now. I just want to get this out of the way because it's in my desk. Look at this. Look at this goddamn monstrosity. Look at this. Oh. There we go. Look at this shit. Look at this monstrosity. Locas, the Maggie and Hoppy Stories by Jaime Hernandez. Look at the back. That's clean. That's nice. Look at this. Look at that spine. I keep turning it upside down. My bad. Where are we at? Ooh. Look at that. All right. Ain't doing that again. Ain't doing that again. Look, I'm not great at reading fiction. I'm not great at reading fiction, so I turn to graphic novels for, to escape every now and then. But if you don't know, Love and Rockets is just this historic running indie comic by the Hernandez brothers. I recommend checking it out. It's a little bit all over the place. I ended up getting that one specifically because I tried reading the trade paperbacks. It's a little bit all over the map because there's a lot of stories unrelated to the main stories that Hernandez that can distract, can pull you away. Some people argue that it gives credence to the indie feel of it all. I get distracted way too easily. I'm like, just give me the main story. It's just literally the life of these women who are in love, that are in a rock band, and the ups and downs. Hernandez. And so just, I mean, I can't even say check it out. It's one of those weird comics where it's like I'm not gonna recommend it, but you might enjoy it. But also, like, it's okay if you don't. Like I said, I decided to go down this route because I wasn't getting the most out of, let's see here. Out of the trade paperbacks. Again, I get distracted a lot. So, yep. Another thing to add to my reading list. It was on sale. I don't buy shit full price. It was on sale. Forgot it. All right. I think we're good there. So yeah, indulge me with that. That was cool. I was really excited for that. Have some vegan banana bread right here. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to find brown content creators for comics and shit like that. There's some cool black ones for sure. This right here, man. This right here, just real quick, just 20 seconds. Indulge me. Look at this.
Еще. Бам. Бум. 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 Отсюда удар. Опять. Бам. Еще. Бам. Бам. Бей. Бам.
Look at that. I love a lead hook, a lead left hook. I love that shit. I love that just a little bounce back with it, a little pop, pop, pop. If you're training to stay in the pocket, you have to get rid of the fear of getting hit. Look, it sucks getting hit, but the adrenaline is going to protect you. Your skull is tough. You'll be fine. And more importantly, getting hit in the head doesn't actually hurt that much. It doesn't hurt that much. Getting hit everywhere below hurts for sure. You're going to feel it. Body shots are going to feel it. After a while, especially if you're doing like Muay Thai or kickboxing, your arms are going to hurt from like blocking kicks. So all that stuff's going to hurt. Hell, your knuckles are going to hurt more than your actual head. Now, if you're eating heavy shots, yeah, your jaw, that's going to be sore for a good minute, for a good while, for like a week or so after a good matchup, right? But in the moment, you're not going to feel it. One of my little like, I don't know. I don't even know what to call this, but something that I enjoy doing is the heavier dudes, the guys that are a little bit heavier than you, are going to be a little slower than you. So with them, you could work in the pocket. Now, the consequences of getting hit by them are going to be more drastic and more impactful than somebody in your weight class or lower. But you're going to get comfortable seeing things in the pocket down the middle, right? And especially as they get tired, they'll start slowing down before you, and your reaction time should be quicker based on, you know, your weight. If you get hit, though, it's going to hurt a lot more. That's a, you know, there's always a payoff to this, or the other side of it. If you're sparring with somebody lighter than you, they're going to move faster than you. They're going to move faster than you. You're going to have to start doing like sneaky little like weight bully shit to slow down the pace of the sparring match. I remember I was sparring this, I mean, like a hummingbird, this fool. And so I was just spamming lead leg kicks. So my left kick to his right hand, and just spamming them because he was so quick that if I wasn't throwing that kick, he was setting up like 3-4 punch combos, and that I had to cover up for and hope to catch him in the exit. So I was just spamming that kick so that his hand had to stay tight here, right, or to the body, low. And afterwards, we were cracking up about it because he's like, dude, like every time I try to step in, you would throw that kick, and I couldn't let go of my right hand. I go, hell yeah, bro, like you're too quick. Like I got to do something to stop you before you get going. All right, I saw that video and I was like, dude, I need to talk about this. I've been saying dude a lot since yesterday. I need to calm down. But one more time, this is nice.
Еще. Бам. Бум. 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 Отсюда удар. Опять. Бам. Еще.
So good. All right, let's get started with this. 30 seconds. Translate a little bit. All right, before we get started though, because we're going to get into the drama a little bit later, we got some reading to do. I'm dropping this in the chat. I've never done this before. Here's the thing. the drama that we're going to get into with Hassan Piker, the person that kind of initiated all of this in a way, or at least this wave of it, said that it's like the benefit of having all of Hassan Piker's cult in my mentions is that I was able to garner more attention for this fundraiser. And so I want to contribute to that. And I was thinking, all right, let's do a little goal. We've never done this before. I'm a small channel. Don't know how to go about it. I don't know. I don't even know what to say. If, depending, sometimes we get 100 people in here, 90 people. And I was thinking if we could just, everybody pitch in a little bit, we could at least hit like $100. Is that, I don't know if that's reasonable or not. I know it's a little tight for everybody. But let's something good come out of the drama around Hassan Piker. That's the way I'm thinking about it. I wasn't going to stream today. I mentioned it yesterday. I wanted to focus on other stuff today. I think moving forward, I'm only going to stream 2 days out of the week and just focus on edited videos and kind of try and move away from this drama. All jokes aside and whatever disagreements we may have, I don't want to turn out like BadEmpanada. Like, I don't want to turn out to be the type of human being that he was. If you followed his content when he first started, he seemed like a good fucking person, bro. And I think the ego got to him. I think seeing him move and trying to cozy up to Hassan Piker demonstrated the type of person that he is. So I'm going to drop the link right now. I was talking about this yesterday on the Discord. I was messing with some things, adding some channels. I added the combat sports channel. I added the cars channel. And then I gave access to creating a poll for the book club, the unofficial book club. Somebody says BadEmpanada has always been weird on race, in my opinion. Yeah, but it's weird to me how this whole thing of something being spiritually Israeli got really popular, and people don't recognize that like Canadians and Australians are some of the most like disgusting fucking colonizers around. And for whatever reason, he gets a pass because he moved to Argentina. Doesn't make any sense to me, but it's fine. It gets funnier when this food tries to dictate my identity, because it's like you're literally a white person, a European, a colonizer, a gentrifier. But okay, bro, like you do your thing. And his fans, the way they hold up the fact that he lives in Argentina, but it's just weird. It's just funny to me. And it's just kind of like, some people really do want to adore whiteness and seek proximity to it. And they think that because he's not American, it's fine. And somehow that like just ignores him as a colonizer in Australia, gets ignored completely. I think he has a debt owed. I think he has a debt owed to the indigenous people of Australia, of so-called Australia, that he hasn't paid. And making money off a video doesn't cover it. James Light, is Argentina not in the same boat as Canada and Australia, just poor? No, so when we get into Latin America, broadly speaking, and settler colonial projects, we speak out against Mexico. I'm a Mexican citizen. I have immediate family there. My entire life, I've gone back and forth visiting family members. I've lived there. I've stayed there. That doesn't matter because I'm not white, so I don't get a pass apparently, which is hilarious to me. But no, look, bullshit aside, whatever inner fucking heat we may have the rest of Latin America with Argentina, dude, when you meet actual brown, black, indigenous Argentinos, it's different for sure. It's just that the white ones take up so much space and so much of the conversation. And, people want to focus on their soccer team. It's not just their soccer team. It's their celebrities. It's their people that are in media that consistently demonstrate that these people perceive themselves to be Europeans, because that's what they are. And they want to distinguish themselves from the rest of the brown and black horde of Latin America. That's them. Those are your loudest voices. And unfortunately, it drowns out the brown, black, and indigenous people in Argentina. I think, I don't know if you're in the Discord, I posted something because I ended up going to a coffee shop, and this woman was so sweet because it was the coffee shop was like estilo like de Argentina. She was super sweet, super nice. We were talking for a good minute. She was playing some amazing music. Look, Argentina, I'll push it aside. Their fucking music scene, rock en español, is fucking top tier. Now you could have a whole conversation about, well, you know, we're talking about like the English invasion and the England invasion and all this bullshit and rock and roll in England, and then the connections to Argentina and the Europeans in England. All right, sure, fine, whatever. You can have that conversation. But just for a brief moment, Argentina has an amazing fucking rock scene. Always. Whether it's Los Fabulosos Cadillacs, whether it's Los Piojos, you fucking name it. And that's never, I could never deny that and never will. And so that, yeah. So that's fucking amazing. So all bullshit aside, kayfabe to the side, great fucking music. And I'm chit-chatting with this señora, and we're having a good time. And it was interesting because she told me that she's like, look, yo nací en Uruguay. She was born in Uruguay, pero fue creada en Argentina. And so she's telling me about that. She's telling me how technically she lives in Maryland, but she works in DC, and how even before coming to the States, she lived in Canada for a while. Like, just, you know, stories like that. And we're talking, and again, all bullshit aside, she's like, no, you got to go to Argentina. You got to go. And I'm like, all right, cool. Like, where do I got to visit? And she's telling me this and that. And I'm like, all right, yeah. I guess. And it makes me laugh. Because, look, I thought I had an invite. I thought when somebody said I wouldn't talk to them face to face, they meant face to face, and I was excited to see the fucking sights. So I got to figure that out some way or another. But yes, let's try to hit. I'm not sure how to. So right now it's at 17,583. Their goal is 20,000. Let's do what we can to help them out. Again, if everybody pitches in a little bit, hopefully we get at least $100 in there. I don't know what is appropriate or what isn't. I've never done this before. I always feel uncomfortable doing stuff like this, in the sense of like asking people to give money because I don't know where their situation is. Y'all know when I do my pitch, I get awkward as fuck too. There's a reason why it took me so long to monetize the channel. But this is for a good cause. Let's allow the drama to feed something positive. We're going to do about a 2-hour stream. So I'll try my best to remember to remind y'all to donate. And please do not do anything like, oh, like deculturation sent me, or doing this for, no, just donate, and don't make it weird. Yeah, Uruguay. Yeah, for sure. Uruguay seems like a chill spot. All right. So Bolivia. Let's listen to a little bit of this.
Vemos que lamentablemente esta policía vendida una vez más a un gobierno de turno.
It's kind of hard to hear what he's saying. I do love the helmet. He's got the chin in the back. Una vez más, one more time, and he's referencing to the police, you know, being thrown at them.
Que los carajos no se dan de cuenta.
How do you not notice? No se dan cuenta? How are you not aware of this?
Que sus papás son mineros. Gracias a sus pulmones, carajo. Han sabido y no están donde están. Pero carajo, se meten contra el pueblo. Se meten contra sus papás, contra sus tíos, contra sus hermanos.
How do you not notice, and he's speaking towards the cops, that like who you're being put up against, the people that you're threatening, that you're confronting, are your parents, are your fathers, are your uncles. In other words, the state, they're sending you to oppress your very own family members.
Este es el verdadero pueblo. Coquiri, carajo, siempre va a estar con el Departamento de la Paz y así con el pueblo boliviano. Hermanos.
And he says, this is the real pueblo, the real people, the community, and will always be for peace. Again, the audio isn't great. It's just 30 seconds. But do yourself a favor and follow Ali Vargas. I believe he was on Millennials Are Killing Capitalism as well. Let me double check if that was him. I'm pretty sure it was. Let me see. I think it was a pre-recorded one, if I'm not mistaken. Or was it live? Yeah. Just 5 days ago. Yeah, this is Ali. So check that out. Check that out. Let's listen to a little bit of this. I know the Gray Zone just dropped an interview with Evo. I was trying to find a good portion to pick out to cover, and I just wasn't, maybe I wasn't paying attention enough to find it. I enjoyed the conversation, but I hate when they use, I don't know if they're using AI, because Hassan Piker's done this for the Cuba thing, and it seems like AI. One, I hate the overlapping translation, so I hate when they're translating as the person is speaking. But then they do this weird thing where they, I'm sorry, but they choose a person to translate, you know, the Spanish into English with a very, very thick accent. And I'm like, isn't it the point for non-Spanish speakers to understand what is being said? So why would you go out of your way to pick someone, and I don't know if this is AI also, by the way, that has a thick accent? Like, it's always been confusing to me. Like, wouldn't you, if you have the option, if you're doing this post, whatever, wouldn't you pick someone that doesn't have an accent if your goal is to communicate this to non-Spanish speak? Like, it doesn't bother me personally. I understand what they're saying, both individuals. But if you have the option, and it's not in a matter of the situation, it's never made sense to me. If your goal is for others, non-Spanish speakers, to understand what is being said. Snow the Product in a video that I'm brainstorming right now has a fuck, can I find it? It's a little aggressive. It's a little aggressive. Let me see. I should have it right here. But I thought it was funny, and it's definitely going to be incorporated into a future video. My problem is that I put nicknames for people on my, oh, and it's on YouTube. Awesome. Okay. Hopefully it pops up. Now, I do not stand by this, but I thought it was funny. Here it is. Hold on.
Accent. I'm like, bro,
You wanna rip?
I don't get it when people don't speak Spanish. Some people don't speak Spanish, but also speak English with an accent. I'm like, bro, I'm like, estamos chingados aquí. ¿Qué está pasando? We gotta pick a struggle, my guy. Like, how we, pinche inglés todo chorreado y también el pinche español no hablas, no. Pues, what the fuck is going on? What do you speak? Yo, pick a struggle, dog. I don't get it when people don't.
That's me with reading, though. I can't read English or fucking Spanish. That's me with reading. No doy ni una, way. It's bad. Oh man, she's a trip. I'm not gonna lie to you. She's a bit of a trip.
I don't get it when people don't speak Spanish. Some people don't speak Spanish but also speak English with an accent. I'm like, bro, I'm like, estamos chingados aquí. ¿Qué está pasando? We gotta pick a struggle, my guy. Like, how we, pinche inglés todo chorreado y también el pinche español no hablas, no. Pues, what the fuck is going on? What do you speak?
It's funny. I don't stand by it, but it's funny. I can relate to it when it comes to my reading abilities. All right.
Nuestro pecado es haber nacionalizado los recursos naturales y haber cambiado la matriz económica de Bolivia. ¿Saben qué? Los recursos naturales y haber cambiado la matriz económica de Bolivia.
Sorry, was I muted the entire time? My apologies. Why was your government a target of a coup?
Nuestro pecado es haber nacionalizado los recursos naturales.
Our sin was to have nationalized our natural resources
Y haber cambiado la matriz económica
and having changed the economic matrix of Bolivia, of the country.
de Bolivia. ¿Saben qué quiero decirles? Detrás de este golpe está el golpe al litio. Hemos decidido,
Behind, this hit, this target was the targeting of lithium. And we saw fucking Elon Musk, right? We'll coup who we want or something like that. We will coup whoever we want, Elon Musk, and the overthrow of democracy in Bolivia. What role did billionaire Elon Musk and his thirst for lithium play in the coup in Bolivia? Where is this? On July 24, 2020, Tesla's Elon Musk wrote on Twitter that a second U.S. government stimulus package is not in the best interest of the people. Someone responded to the Musk soon after. You know what was in the best interest of the people? The U.S. government organizing a coup against Evo Morales in Bolivia so you could obtain the lithium there. Musk then wrote, we will coup whoever we want, deal with it. And this is why having these outright white supremacists, these fucking like unashamed colonizers, absolutely shameless colonizers in the forefront is beneficial. And I was talking about this yesterday in terms of pushing back against the narrative that the Democrats are the lesser of the two evil. When you show this to the average person, a normal fucking person that's not engaged with politics, is too busy working their ass off, 1 or 2 jobs, picking up overtime, drowning in fucking debt, doesn't fucking bother reading the news, doesn't feel represented by anything going on in politics. When you show them this, it's easier to start creating the conversation that, hey, we need to oppose this system and we need to overthrow the rule of the capitalist class. It is easier to do that than having the Democrats in office. And we'll talk about it later with Hassan Piker, misguiding people, using the appropriate language, using the proper narrative and kind of lens around issues without actually changing anything or doing anything significantly different, just normalizing more atrocities. Musk refers here to the coup against President Evo Morales Ayama, who was removed illegally from his office in November 2019. Morales had just won an election for a term that was to have begun in January 2020. Even if there was a challenge against that election, Morales' term should rightfully have continued through November and December of 2019. Instead, the Bolivian military, at the behest of Bolivia's far right and the United States government, threatened Morales. Morales went into exile in Mexico and is now in Argentina. We're all connected. We're all one big happy family. Why can't we all just get along? Because I don't include Australians in there, but okay. At the time, the evidence of fraud was offered by the far right, and by a preliminary report by the Organization of American States, only after Morales was removed from office was there grudging acknowledgement by the liberal media that there was in fact no evidence of fraud. It was too late for Bolivia, which has been condemned to a dangerous government that has suspended democracy in the country. Lithium coup. Over his 14 years in office, Morales fought to use the wealth of Bolivia for the Bolivian people, who oversaw, after centuries of oppression, remarkable advances in their basic needs. Literacy rates rose and hunger rates dropped. And remember, people make fun of reading groups, the US, and our literacy rate. Y'all see how hard I struggle. It was never brought to the attention of anyone that could have made a difference that I very clearly struggle with reading, that I very clearly probably have dyslexia or some shit. Because I was able to do just well enough in school that it wasn't an issue. Literacy. Every socialist revolution pushes a literacy program so that the revolution is sustained and fueled by average, everyday human beings that are able to read critically, who are able to read critically and engage with information in a constructive manner so that they're not fooled and misguided. The use of Bolivia's wealth to advance the interests of the people rather than North American multinational corporations was an abomination to the U.S. Embassy in La Paz, which had egged on the worst element of the military and the far right to overthrow the government. This is just what happened in November 2019. Musk's admission, however, intemperate, is at least honest. Let's see. Intemperate. Having or showing a lack of self-control. Oh. His company, Tesla, has long wanted access at a low price to the large lithium deposits in Bolivia. Lithium is a key ingredient for the batteries. Earlier this year, Musk and his company revealed that they wanted to build a Tesla factory in Brazil, which would be supplied by lithium from Bolivia. When we wrote about that, we called our report "Elon Musk is acting like a neo-conquistador for South America's lithium." Everything we wrote there is condensed in his new tweet. The arrogance towards the political life of other countries and the greed towards resources that people like Musk think are their entitlement. Musk went on to delete his tweet. He then said, "We get our lithium from Australia." What is going on today, bro? What is going on today? This is fucking weird. What the fuck is happening, man? That is fucking funny, man. Ay. I will say this. I had originally planned not to bring up BadEmpanada anymore just because I'm not a bully, homie. Once you say face to face and you're not down to meet in person, you're not down, for face to face conversations. At this point, I'm just being a bully, right? Like I'm the bad guy now. We'll read a little bit more of this. This will not settle the issue since eyebrows are being raised in Australia regarding the environmental damage for the lithium mining. spiraling environmental costs of lithium battery addiction. Suspension of democracy. After Morales was removed, an insignificant far-right politician named Hinan Añez set aside the constitutional process and seized power. She showed the character of her politics when she signed a presidential decree November 15, 2019 that gave the military the right to do whatever it wanted. Even her allies found this to be a bit too far and repealed it in November 28. Arrests and intimidations of activists from the movement for socialism, MAS, the party of Morales, began in November 2019 and still continue. On July 7, 2020, 7 U.S. senators published a statement that said, "We're increasingly concerned by the growing number of human rights violations and curtailment of civil liberties by the interim government of Bolivia. Without a change in course by the interim government," the senators wrote, "we fear the basic civil rights in Bolivia will be further eroded and the legitimacy of the crucial upcoming election will be put at risk. There's no need to worry about that, since the government of Añez seems unwilling to hold an election. By all polls, Añez looks likely to be defeated in the general election. A recent poll by Centro Astratégico El Centro Estratégico Latinoamericano de Geopolítica says that Añez will get a mere 13.3%, far behind the movement for socialism, Luis Arce, and the center's right, Carlos Mesa. The election was supposed to have taken place in May, but was rescheduled for September 6th. It has now been postponed once more, this time to October 18th. Bolivia would not have had an election government for an entire year. Luis Arce of MAS recently told Oliver Vargas, there we go, "We face persecution, we face surveillance, we are facing a very difficult campaign, but," he said, "we are sure that we will win these elections, if elections are permitted." This is from the People's Dispatch. What's his name? VJ writes a lot for this. Again, criticism aside for a moment. The CELAC study shows that 9 out of 10 Bolivians have seen their incomes decline due to the coronavirus recession. Because of this and of the attack by this government on MAS, 65.2% of Bolivians have a negative appraisal of Añez. It is important to note that due to the positive policies of Morales' MAS, there is a widespread support for a socialist orientation. 64.1% of Bolivia's MAS taxes against the rich. The Bolivians in general support the resource socialism of the MAS and Morales. Yeah, the People's Dispatch. This was just an aside. I wasn't even going to focus on that, but anyway.
Hemos decidido industrializar nuestro litio como Estado.
Yeah, because they nationalized the lithium industry. They were targeted for that, and they changed what Morales called the matrix of the economy of Bolivia. What did your government achieve?
De la resistencia a recuperar el poder político.
From resistance to regaining political power.
También nosotros como indígenas originarios y milenarios.
As indigenous people, as the original people, let me go back.
Resistencia a recuperar el poder político. También nosotros como
we too, as indigenous people, natives, and we struggle with that word. Milenares. Millenarians. Individuals or groups who believe in a major, imminent, and often violent transformation of society, after which a 1,000-year period of peace, prosperity, or justice will emerge. Oh. Derived from the Latin mile, 1,000, this concept combines apocalyptic expansionist of an ending world with a utopian vision of new era, often appearing in times of crisis. Oh, that's dope. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I've heard that word a lot, but I've never like actually looked into what it meant. but the religious connotation makes sense of where I have heard it.
Como indígenas originarios y milenarios tenemos derecho a hacer política.
Basically saying, you know, as the indigenous people of Bolivia, we have the right to engage in politics.
Y este movimiento indígena, como movimiento político, sale del movimiento indígena.
And this movement is an indigenous movement that comes out, you know, of the indigenous people.
¿Y qué nos hemos preguntado? ¿Hasta cuándo desde arriba y afuera nos van a gobernar?
And how many of us haven't asked, how long will they govern us from above and from the outside?
¿Cuándo nosotros mismos nos vamos a gobernar?
When are we finally going to govern ourselves?
Y ahí nace este instrumento político.
And that is where this political instrument comes from.
Y el 2005 ganamos las elecciones democráticamente.
In 2005, we won the elections in a democratic fashion.
Por eso nuestra revolución se llama Revolución Democrática.
And that is why our movement, our revolution, is called a cultural democratic revolution. Which, and with all love and respect, and much, much admiration, is just further evidence of why a peaceful revolution, right? Because that's what's meant by democratic, right? They're like, oh, we did it through a democratic process, not through violent uprising or a violent revolution, armed struggle. And that's why it doesn't work, it doesn't function, it doesn't take hold. If you don't, and we're seeing it with the indigenous people protecting Evo, for sure, definitely. You see it, that it is a militant movement. And so you need to incorporate a militant wing or a militant culture to the masses. The indigenous people have always had that out of necessity of survival, of being pushed to the margins of society, of being ignored for their own safety and well-being. They've always needed to embark in armed struggle or at least armed self-defense. So they've always been fucking ready because they've had to be ready. And so I don't want to call it a failure, but something that wasn't enforced enough was to embark in that cultural revolution of embracing armed resistance against the capitalist class, against the colonizers. And it's something that I'm seeing the conversation online about Dempsey. I need to do more research because too often being in the belly of the beast, there's a level of comfort that allows us to be, Monday morning quarterback a little too hard without having all the information, all the details. I'm worried, I'm concerned for sure. But the Venezuelan people, at least from the outside looking in, seem to have a more of an embrace of that armed resistance. We were talking about it yesterday with Cuba. 100%, that is widespread throughout the Cuban society on the entirety of the island. However, we're talking about larger land masses, more people. So it gets a little different. And how much time do you have to incorporate and to teach that militant culture of resistance to the broader masses, right? Because again, the indigenous people have had that always out of necessity, out of literal survival, not just for their land, but for the person themselves. When we talk about missing indigenous women and girls, that's a huge aspect of it as well. The sex trade, sex trafficking. Yesterday we were talking about Grant Plattner, using this passport bro language, which embraces and necessitates the sex trafficking industry that's international. Indigenous women and girls are targets of that. And so when we talk about it, and too often it's downplayed, or we call Hassan Piker passport bro. That's a sex tourist, not a passport bro. It's a sex tourist. That's a big aspect of it. That's part of needing to defend yourself and your well-being and your safety, and it shouldn't get downplayed. It shouldn't get downplayed. These man camps that are in Canada and other, settler colonial projects feed off the bodies of Indigenous women and girls, quite literally. And so when I say that there's a culture of armed resistance for survival, don't just romanticize it and thinking that I'm talking about just the land. I'm talking about their person, their personhood, their safety, their agency, their well-being. Colonization is not just about land. It's about colonizing your body as well as your mind.
Cultural. Ganamos las elecciones y garantizamos estabilidad política, social y cultural.
We won the elections and we guaranteed stability in politics, in the social realm, and cultural stability.
En lo político, ¿qué hicimos? Refundar Bolivia.
What did we do politically? We refounded Bolivia to leave the colonial state,
Dejar el Estado colonial y tener un Estado plurinacional
and have a plurinational state. I butchered that right there. Dude, I'm trying to use better language, but it's plural. It's peace, love, unity, and respect. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Eva is a huge fucking raver, apparently. I've never been to a rave. I will never be at one. It's too noisy, but I have known people that go to raves. And so that's why I thought about Plur. Sounding like goddamn Sylvester right now. Or Tweety. Plurinational estate is a sovereign entity that formally recognizes, accommodates, and empowers multiple distinct nations or cultural groups, usually indigenous populations, within a single constitutional framework. Plurinational.
donde todas tenemos los mismos derechos y mismos deberes.
Where we all have the same rights and the same duties, which I love that. I love that.
En lo económico, la nacionalización
Economically, the nationalization of natural resources
de los recursos naturales y las empresas estratégicas.
and strategic enterprises, including basic services.
Incluidos los servicios básicos. En lo social, ¿qué hicimos? La
What did we do in the social realm? The redistribution of wealth,
redistribución de la riqueza. Por eso la reducción de la
which is why it reduced extreme poverty.
extrema pobreza y mejoró la esperanza de vida en Bolivia.
And it improved the life expectancy in Bolivia.
Así resumimos para enfrentar ese modelo neoliberal.
In other words, that's how we came together to confront the neoliberal apparatus.
Así resumimos para enfrentar ese modelo neoliberal que saqueaba los recursos
That plundered our natural resources.
naturales.
What was the role of capitalism and imperialism in Bolivia?
Yo de niño me acuerdo perfectamente, decían, comunismo.
As a child, I remember perfectly what they said about communism.
Condenaban el comunismo,
They condemned communism. The propaganda and the media did.
propagando los medios de comunicación. Yo no entendía qué era el comunismo,
I didn't understand what communism was, but they demonized it.
pero satanizaban. El sistema capitalista en
The capitalist system,
la política imperialista,
in the imperialist politics,
los movimientos sociales somos terroristas.
those social movements are terrorists. So movements of and by the people are categorized as, as a terrorist operation because it challenges the capitalist colonizer systems that are meant to benefit the few, benefit the capitalist class, benefit the colonizers. One and the same too often.
Ese es el eslogan permanente del
That is the permanent slogan of the capitalist system.
sistema capitalista en este tiempo es la cabeza de Estados Unidos.
At this time, at the head of the United States. And I love that aspect, what he mentioned right now, at the time. There's a conversation going on, you know, for a while about multipolarity, this and that. I was never buying into it because there was no challenge to capitalism, at least in my opinion. I didn't see a challenge to capitalism, anything threatening to destroy the capitalist world order. And so the fact that he is saying, Evo is saying, no, right now, currently, the head of it is the United States. He's well aware that if the United States were to fall, there could be another capitalist colonizing world power that could take over.
Es una nueva política de cómo los pueblos no sean responsables de su propio desarrollo.
It's a new policy of how el pueblo, the people, are responsible for their own development.
Los pueblos sigan sometidos.
Sorry, did I miss?
Los pueblos no sean responsables de
Oh, no sean. Sorry, no sean.
capitalista en este tiempo es la cabeza de Estados Unidos. Es una nueva política de cómo
So it is a new policy for the peoples,
los pueblos no sean responsables
no sean, not to become responsible for their own development.
de su propio desarrollo. Los pueblos sigan sometidos.
For the continued submission of the people, the communities.
En el sistema capitalista dicen los pobres sálvense como puedan.
Yeah, under a capitalist system, the poor save themselves as they can. The whole, you know, lift yourself up from your own bootstrap bullshit.
Al sistema capitalista, qué mejor los pueblos sean ignorantes.
In the capitalist system, there's nothing better than, what is that, ignorant people. Yeah, it benefits them. And again, going back to the literacy programs, they want to keep you uneducated. They want you to be illiterate. They don't want you to think for yourself.
Capitalista, qué mejor los pueblos sean ignorantes, sin mucho conocimiento, sin formación.
They don't want them to have, you know, much knowledge without any ideological formation.
Ideológica, sin identidad, sin
Without identity, without dignity.
dignidad, sin soberanía, sin
Without sovereignty, without independence.
independencia. En sistema capitalista no hay programas sociales.
In the capitalist system, there are no social programs. And when they were granted, those social safety nets, they get stripped away, but their formation or the reason for their being in the first place was to save capitalism. This is why all these rad libs, the Kyle KKK Kalinskis, right? When they advocate or call for, the Sam Cedars, the anti-Zionist himself, when they call for these social programs, they're doing it to save their own assets, to save their comfortability. They don't want revolution. They don't want actual change. They want to maintain the status quo. And so they want the FDR. They want the FDR deal to save capitalism.
Para resolver las demandas
To solve the demands of the humblest person or the people, the humblest people.
de la gente más humilde. Un poquito aterrizando a mi situación.
A little bit landing on my situation.
Nuestro delito,
Our crime, what was it?
¿qué es? Los indios, los indígenas, movimientos
The Indians, the indigenous people, the social movements.
sociales recuperaron la
Recover the homeland. We have built a new Bolivia.
patria y hemos construido la nueva Bolivia. Y hemos demostrado que Bolivia tiene mucho futuro.
And we demonstrated that Bolivia has a great future, a lot of hope.
Mucha esperanza. Y a nivel general,
And at the general level, what is it?
¿qué es? Que otra Bolivia es posible.
That another Bolivia is possible.
Por tanto, otro mundo es posible.
And in such, another world is possible. Right? That's the reason why they want to crush Cuba. Because for decade after decade after decade, it has demonstrated that there is a way to survive even up against the fucking Goliath himself.
Posible sin injerencia del Fondo Monetario
Without the interference of the International Monetary Fund. Excuse me.
Internacional. Sin la participación del Banco Mundial.
Without the participation of the World Bank. What is the legacy of the neoliberalism in Latin America?
En América Latina, el neoliberalismo, pasando por golpes de
In Latin America, the neoliberalism passed through delivering coups,
Estado, cambiando los modelos económicos
changing the economic models of liberation,
de liberación, sustituyendo programas del Fondo
replacing programs of the International Monetary Fund
Monetario Internacional con programas de los
with programs of social movements in Latin America.
movimientos sociales de América Latina, es como someter
It's like submitting Latin America
a América Latina al servicio
to the service of the transnational corporations,
de las transnacionales, volver a saquear los recursos
plundering the natural resources once again,
naturales, volver a privatizar los servicios básicos.
to privatize basic services once again.
Yo quiero decirles, en Bolivia,
I want to tell you from Bolivia, thanks to the struggle of the Bolivian people
gracias a la lucha del pueblo boliviano y gracias a la
and thanks to the new constitution,
nueva constitución, los servicios básicos es
basic services are human rights that cannot be privatized for business.
un derecho humano y no puede ser negocio privado. En Bolivia, salud y educación es un
In Bolivia, health and education are a right, not only a service.
derecho, no solo servicio. Y cuando no pueden derrotar
And when they cannot electorally defeat a government,
electoralmente a gobiernos presidentes progresistas
when they cannot electorally defeat a progressive and anti-imperialist president, they prepare coups.
o antiimperialistas, ahí preparan golpes. Cuando no pueden hacer con golpes,
When they can't do it through coups,
como en Venezuela y
like in Venezuela and Nicaragua, remember this a bit ago, what do they do then?
Nicaragua, ¿qué hacen? Como preparar una intervención
They prepare for U.S. military intervention.
militar norteamericana, un golpe de Estado. Y cuando no pueden ni golpe,
And when they can't do a coup or U.S. intervention,
no hay ni intervención, ¿qué hacen?
what do they do then? Economic warfare. The blockade in Cuba, the sanctions in Iran, you name it. It's the same fucking play. It's the same fucking play every time.
Una guerra económica.
Are you still hopeful for Bolivia and Latin America?
Yo tengo mucha confianza en la unidad del pueblo.
I'm very confident, or I have a lot of confidence in the people, the unity of the people.
La unidad del pueblo siempre será la derrota del imperio.
The unity of the people will always be the defeat, the destruction, the downfall of empire.
La unidad del pueblo siempre será el triunfo del pueblo.
The unity of the people will always be the victory or bring forth victory for the people.
Ese es
Solidarity, bro. Solidarity. It's solidarity. It's suffering, struggling together. It's suffering, struggling together. It's uplifting each other through the worst, but staying united through it all. And this is why compradors need to be vilified even further and to a larger extent. This is why compradors need to be called out.
Pequeña experiencia, y por tanto.
That is my little experience. I do not lose hope.
No pierda esperanza, pronto vamos a volver.
Soon we'll be back. Bolivia revolt is spreading. This is from Counterfire. Bolivia's revolt is spreading. What began with rural and peasant organizations marching to protect land rights has grown into a general strike involving miners, teachers, transport workers, and other sections of the working class. Roads have been blockaded. The capital, La Paz, has seen clashes with riot police, and miners have marched with dynamite towards government buildings. Barely 6 months after taking office, right-wing President Rodrigo Paz Pereira is facing widespread resistance. As the protest wave has grown, so have its demands. Bolivians want cheaper fuel, higher wages and land rights, and an end to austerity and privatization, and increasingly mass resignation. This escalation began after peasants and farming organizations led a 20-day march against a law threatening indigenous and peasants' right to land. I think this was like, I think Ali was talking about or who was talking about, what was I listening to? I was listening to a couple of things, basically, that if land is idle, that the government could like sell that land off to like, obviously private interests or corporations. And that this was targeting indigenous lands. You could hear my phone, I could barely hear my phone vibrating, bro. What the fuck? Is it because I'm so popular? No, it's not. It's just literally fucking, it's Memorial Day weekend. Measure ER, save our healthcare. It's just random ass shit like that. All right, my bad. There. Thank you for letting me know. The government was forced to retreat and repeal the law, but the movement did not stop there. Paz came to power in November 2025. This was after a bitter split in the Movement for Socialism party between then President Luis Arce and his predecessor Evo Morales torpedoed the party's hopes of 2 decades of electoral success. Paz's victory was celebrated by the right as the start of a new pro-market era. He promised capitalism for all, a national renewal, but the substance has been familiar. The reassuring markets appeasing Washington and imposing austerity 6 months on, his promise of stability is colliding with reality. Bolivia is facing its worst economic crisis in decades. A country that was once a major exporter of natural gas is now struggling with fuel shortages, inflation, and international pressure to introduce spending cuts. For ordinary people, this means spiraling costs, shortage of diesel and food, and wages that cannot keep up. Protesters are demanding a 20% pay raise as a response to collapsing living standards. Paz's government has answered with a mixture of retreat and repression. It dropped the land law, but deployed thousands of soldiers and police as roadblocks spread. Paz has offered limited concessions while presenting a protest as a threat to democracy. Washington has gone further, describing the unrest as an attempted coup. That is a cynical inversion of reality. When workers, peasants, and indigenous communities resist austerity, they are accused of destabilizing democracy. When a government backed by the US and foreign business interest pushes austerity onto the poor, it is called responsibility. Concise. That is why this protest wave matters. That is why this protest wave matters. Bolivians have not united in a reaction to one policy. Together, they are resisting an entire political direction, the return of neoliberal dogma in a country where memories of privatization, US interference, and state violence remains raw. Bolivians' great popular struggles, from the Cochabamba water war to the gas war and the movements that brought Evo Morales to power, were never just about prices. They were about who controls the country's resources and whether indigenous and working class Bolivians have the right to shape the future. None of this means romanticizing the crisis. One more time. None of this means romanticizing the crisis. This is something that I always emphasize. Because sure seems fucking cool. Sir seems fucking amazing over here when you're sitting comfortable, right? But part of this is acknowledging that no one should be forced to go through with this. Part of admiring this resistance is acknowledging that this isn't something that should be occurring, that it shouldn't be necessary. The movement contains different forces, including supporters of Morales, trade unions, miners, rural organizations, and transport workers. They do not all share the same politics or strategy, but the central fact is clear. Bolivian workers are refusing to absorb the cost of crises they did not create. For the international left, the lesson is clear. The election of a right-wing president did not mean the defeat of Bolivia's social movement. Bolivia is not facing an anti-democratic coup. It is facing the predictable consequence of a government trying to impose austerity on people with a long memory of resistance. Yeah, if you have a homie whose father owns gold mines, I'm just saying, you don't really have friends like that if you yourself. So it's a good moment to remind everyone, please, 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 and donate if you haven't already. Save Aboud from genocide. I'm gonna drop the link one more time. Anything helps. Again, if anything's going to come from the drama that is apparently all that Hassan Piker has to offer in this world is drama, please donate what you can. Just touching on this, actually, hold on, yeah. I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back. They're gonna be synonymous, that they're both under a white supremacy. I don't think that's an unreasonable ask or request, that we understand that Zionism, Jewish supremacy, is an offshoot or a branch of white supremacy at large. Because I've addressed this, my criticism and my concern with pushing solely Jewish supremacy is one, and mainly, that it really isn't about Jewish supremacy. It's about white supremacy and the ability of Europeans to colonize other lands. You're playing their game a little bit, and you're removing the white supremacist aspect from it that supersedes the Jewish supremacy. Why do I say that? If it was solely and strictly Jewish supremacy, then it wouldn't matter what race you're part of, as long as you're ethnically, right, we do this, Jewish. Why do I say that? Because Black African Jews, who are also colonizers in the Zionist entity, are treated as second-class citizens to European white Jews. Why would that be the case if they're both Jewish? And if Jewish supremacy is the head honcho over there, why would they be concerned about that? If Jewishness was a true unifier, why would the Zionist entity, wanting to populate the Palestinian land with more Jewish people to legitimize their colonization or legitimize their claims to the land, why would they go out of their way to force sterilize African Jews? Why would that be the case? Wouldn't that be counter to their Zionist project ambitions of taking up space and land from Palestinians, right? So when I see something so evident that goes against the Zionist project's ambitions, their goals, their objectives, I have to ask, why is that? What is the factor that is superseding their need for more people, for more Jewish people to colonize Palestine? What could be such a priority that they're willing to stop their population increase, or at least to hinder it? What could be so powerful that they're saying, well, yeah, I guess you could come in because you're technically Jewish, but not the right type of Jewish. So we're going to make sure that you can't reproduce, that you can't multiply. Meanwhile, we're encouraging Zionists from Europe, European Jews, to multiply as quickly as possible, to the point that we're doing like little honeypots of IOF soldiers whenever Europeans of the Jewish diaspora do their birthright trip, right? That's what they do. They make sure that the IOF soldiers that are protecting them start to seduce them in hopes that they will not only stay and occupy Palestinian land, but that they would have children so that they can further legitimize their claim to the land, saying, well, I was born here. Where am I going to go? All right, sure, buddy. What would you, if you're doing all those efforts to have more people, more populations, more native, right? The nativist approach, Zionists on Palestinian land, why would you go out of your way to force sterilize Black African Jews? Well, it seems to me that the fucking answer is fairly simple. That what supersedes Jewish supremacy is white supremacy. So if you say Zionism, I believe that Zionism very clearly includes white supremacy within it, within Jewish supremacy. Whereas Jewish supremacy, my concern is that a lot of people embrace the Nazi ideology that European Jews are not white somehow, right? We've seen this with Emma Vigeland. Emma Vigeland accused me of being anti-Semitic when calling out Sam Cedar as a colonizer. And it's like, wait a minute, I'm calling him out because he's a European colonizer, not because he's Jewish. And again, credit to Sam Cedar, cleared it up and said, no, he's not anti-Semitic. So even rad-lib liberals, lefties, don't see European Jews as white, as Europeans. Now, there's two concerns about that. One, yes, they're embracing Nazi eugenics ideology. And two, and the most dangerous and concerning part now, is that in their minds, they have accepted the Zionist narrative that these European Jews are actually indigenous native to Palestine. That is the real concern. That is the real concern. That not only do they not view them as their fellow Europeans, as fellow whites, but more dangerously concerning now Palestinians is that they're saying to themselves, oh, well, they're not from here. They're not like us. They're not part of us. So where are they from? Oh, well, they're from Palestine. Further legitimizing the Zionist claim to being indigenous. All right, y'all. Appreciate your patience. Previously on Deculturation, yeah. Find out next time on Dragon Ball. The Supreme Court sides with the U.S. company in claims over property seized in Cuban Revolution. I mean, this is just such a fucking joke, man. A judge dismisses human rights smuggling charges against Kilmar Obrego Garcia, who was mistakenly deported. Interesting. By an 8-1 vote. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Oh, fucking A, man. Democracy, baby. And you have liberals over here that still push this whole like electoral bullshit, telling you that they can't stack the court because democracy. By an 8-1 vote, the justice revived claims filed by a U.S. company, Havana Docks, that operated docks in the Cuban capital. The suit targets 4 cruise lines that brought tourists to Cuba during the brief thaw in relations during the Obama administration. Justice Clarence Thomas, who shouldn't even be Fucking shit. Okay, all right, fine. Wrote for the court that the Federal Appeals Court in Atlanta was wrong to dismiss the claims, holding that the cruise lines used confiscated property to which the Havana Docks owns the claim. The court's ruling is not a final decision in the suit filed by Havana Docks, but it comes amid heightened pressure on Cuba from President Donald Trump's administration, including Wednesday's indictment of former Cuban President Raúl Castro in the 1996 downing of civilian planes flown by Miami-based exile. I mean, calling it civilian planes is... Stop, bro. Stop. It's not even... They were playing fucking revolutionaries, right? Or counter-revolutionaries. So not very civilians of them. Not very civilian. But all right. The Supreme Court case turned on provisions. Gio, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Appreciate it. The Supreme Court case turned on provisions of the federal law known as Helms-Burton that Congress passed in response to the shootdowns. Title III of the law allows Americans to sue almost any company that engages in commercial activity or benefits from property confiscated by Cuba's government. And look, this idea that these branches are separate is comical. It's absolute fucking... Even before, you know, the what is this group called? The fucking... Oh, I'm blanking on their fucking name, chat. The group that started the process of overtaking the Supreme Court. Fuck. The reactionary evangelical movement. Ay. Yeah, I've known that. But here's the thing, FD. That account Full Slack, I've interacted with them actually. I interacted with them recently. And while I agree in their criticism of BadEmpanada, the problem is let me pull it up actually. The problem is, and this is the reason why I don't fuck with Hasan and his cult at all, is they're unwilling to to be principled and consistent and acknowledge that Hassan Piker is a counterinsurgent fucking... It's a counter-revolutionary propagandist. Sorry, I'm trying to find this here. It's gonna be in my replies. Because I was vibing with what they were saying. Oh, and here we go. Here it is. We'll skip to this really briefly and then we'll jump back. So Full Slack. If you think Hassan Piker is a pro-genocide, then you only see reality as meaningless blob of evil shifting shapes and colors the same way brain-dead conservatives look at trans people. I didn't even read this one. I was responding to something else, I think. No, wow. I don't remember reading this like this. Wow, this is horrible. And only see a malicious predator who wants to infiltrate bathrooms to molest children. What the fuck is... See what I mean, bro? What the fuck is wrong with these people, bro? The way that they weaponize marginalized people, the way that they weaponize them in order to defend their favorite political mascot, their favorite political commentator, motherfuckers that don't get off their ass unless it makes them fucking money, clout, or benefits them in some way. And yes, that includes BadEmpanada going to fucking Cuba. When he's trying to show up Hassan Piker, making it about his fucking ego. These people do not care about you. They're fucking white. They don't care about you. They don't view you as human beings. They see you as fucking props. Why the fuck would you bring up trans people? Why? They're talking about Gaza. They're talking about Hassan Piker's, willingness to normalize Zionists, cozying up to liberal Zionists, and they're bringing up trans people. Which, by the way, Hassan Piker has fucking thrown under the bus. Remember when he had that debate with the Walker kid? And he wished that the worst day of a trans person would be the rest of their life, knowing damn well how society pushes trans people to the brink. Oh, the trans comparison comes from the original tweet. Right. Oh, because they took a screenshot. And even this, I agree. This is true. Where's the original one? Let's watch it. Fuck it. Let's watch it.
I have to compromise on trans issues at all, because if you just give people
fucking shit. No, I just remembered. Now I remember why this pissed me off so much. I hear Radlibs argue this point all the time. We don't need to compromise or abandon trans people or a marginalized group here. If we just give people what they need, they won't be distracted by this anymore. So what you're doing and what they're saying is, oh, I don't even have keys around me right here. It's like, oh, look at this shiny thing. Oh, this is what you actually need. But not doing anything to actually confront. Not actually doing anything to confront the transphobia, the homophobia, the xenophobia, the fucking racism, the anti-blackness. Because this is the class reductionist take. I don't understand. And FD, you're in the chat. You decided to jump in here. When you said, well, at least Hassan Piker's read Du Bois. At least he's read Fanon, or I don't know who you mentioned. One, I know how these rich fucking white kids read. It's called Spark Notes. Before AI, there were Spark Notes. They don't fucking read. They don't engage with the text. Because if they did, they would change their behavior in the way that they move. That's what that literature, those writings, they change your fucking life. They change the way that you operate. They change the way you view the world. They change the way you move. They fuck your shit up. I talked about this openly. For the longest time, I avoided reading George Jackson's Blood in My Eye. For the longest time, like a fucking coward, I avoided reading it because everything that I saw about it fucking shook me to my core. And sure enough, when I sat my ass down to read it, that shit changes you. It changes you. Wretched of the Earth, Blood in My Eye are two books that, without question, changed the way that I view the world. Blood in My Eye changed the way I view myself even more so, and humbled the fuck out of me, making me realize that, yeah, I'm a fucking coward, bro. I'm a fucking coward. That the blueprint is right there. The blueprint is right there, and we refuse to organize in a meaningful fashion to do what needs to be done. Blood in My Eye is the one fucking text. The one text that everyone needs to read to recognize that we're out here playing fucking games. That we're all fucking LARPing. That we're all just yapping. Once you read that, there's no way around it. Once you read Blood in My Eye, there's no fucking denying what needs to occur. This whole fucking electoral bullshit game, out the window. Out the goddamn window. And we're nowhere near ready for that. I denounce and talk shit about adventurism all the time because it'd be counterproductive. We're not prepared. We're not prepared for that. This is why earlier when we were talking about Evo Morales, we were talking about indigenous people. They've been prepared. They've been prepared since the fucking Spaniards, since the Portuguese, since you fucking name it. They've had to. Another goddamn reason why I can't stand when mestizos chicanos claim indigeneity. Homie, we were hella fucking comfortable, at least in comparison. But anywho, back to this. This cowardly take of, hey, if you give people, if you meet their material needs, their material demands, then they won't be misguided by transphobia. They won't be misguided by xenophobia. They won't be misguided by anti-blackness. They won't be misguided by you name it. It is class reductionist, cowardly bullshit. And somebody that pushes that, a white man, a nepo baby, a millionaire that pushes that shit, isn't going to get praised by me. He's not going to get fucking props on my behalf because it's not true. White people have demonstrated that they will cut their noses to spite their face. Did I use that right?
Not have to compromise on trans issues at all, because if you just give people something to vote for rather than constantly vote against the Republicans, then you don't have to fucking talk about the trans shit at all. Then you look silly. Your opposition looks silly. If you're like, hey, I am going to improve your life. I'm going to improve your life. I'm going to fight to improve your life no matter what. That is my primary focus, is my primary purpose. That's all I want to do, is improve your motherfucking life. And here are the ways I'm going to do that. We're going to fix public transit in this country. We're going to do high-speed rail in this country. We're going to do, jobs guarantee, federal jobs guarantee. We're going to do social housing. We're going to do free healthcare, free college education. When you say...
And racism, transphobia, bigotry, and racism of all kinds were solved through public transportation. Not even socialism. Through democratic socialism. Peace on earth.
Stuff like that. When you put that at the forefront of your campaign, and then your opposition turns around and goes, but what about trans people? What about trans people? You look fucking stupid. I have to come.
Time and time again, white people, Euro-American colonizers have demonstrated that they will toss any benefits that might enrich their lives aside to fuck over black, brown, indigenous, marginalized people. Time and time again. And they are willing to struggle. They're willing to struggle as long as they think that they're better than, as long as they get to pick on fucking people, as long as they get to oppress others. They're more than happy to watch their fucking children go hungry in their goddamn trailer parks in hopes of someday sitting across the table from Donald fucking Trump. And by the way, and I said this before, fuck it. Have some fucking shame. Have some fucking shame. I can't, this whole fucking self-tokenization bullshit, I can't stand anymore, bro. These people, these white people don't fucking like you. They don't like you. Hasan chooses not to hang around black and brown people unless it's fucking convenient for his fucking image. Unless he slips up. Fucking Grace Belden was talking about this. That the reactionaries have more of a diverse friend group than these fucking rad libs. But Salim was right. Only compromise on genocide in Gaza is allowed. I would argue that what Hasan is saying is still compromising the safety and well-being of trans people. But he's always doing this double talk bullshit. how he advocates for changing the Democratic Party from within through the DSA, but then says he's not doing entryism. This motherfucker can define entryism step by step, what he plans to do with the DSA and the Democratic Party, and say, but it's not entryism. But it's not entryism. Don't believe your lying eyes. Yeah, the words I'm saying are describing entryism. But that's not what I'm doing. Because he's rich, white, tall, he gets a pass. God damn, bro. But this is what this right here. So anywho, the full slack individual who has some appropriate criticism of the drops are low. I'll fix that some other time. They're not even that good anyways. But I appreciate it. Thank you for letting me know. This is what I have to say. This is what I said. So this full slack individual who I've agreed upon. I've agreed with the criticism of BadEmpanada to a certain extent. But all these people, whether they're in the BadEmpanada cult, the Hassan Piker cult, they all have their favorite white person. I don't do that shit. I don't play that game. Compromise. I know the parasocial relationship makes it difficult to engage honestly, but please try. A millionaire, I put it here, isn't worth abandoning your critical thinking skills. Mind you, this is how much thought I put into these tweets. I just fucking threw them out there and I don't even reread them. What I meant to say is, the key word is compromise, right? Not abandon, not betray, not whatever. They chose the word compromise, right? That you can bargain with genocide of Palestinians. So I put compromise. I know the parasocial relationship makes it difficult to engage honestly, but please try. A millionaire isn't worth abandoning your critical thinking skills. Full Slack says, he's the most prominent anti-Zionist in the US who's targeted by every Zionist institution, an Israeli ethno-state, Hasbara, who want to stop him from organizing against Zionism. And you think what? He's not doing enough? Some sort of traitor? Not principled enough? Because money? Again, this whole thing of this turn of like, not the millionaires, but the billionaires, the billionaire class. This whole fucking bullshit. I don't know when being a millionaire became fucking acceptable. I guess when you're the equivalent of a fucking, what are the Christian pastors, the ones like, give me money and the more money I have, the better it is for your soul. Oh, not the evangelical ones, but there's a specific word. Prosperity. Those that preach the prosperity gospel. Hassan Piker is the equivalent of a prosperity gospel fucking pastor. The equivalent. And this whole, and it's a fact because this whole thing of like socialism is not a poverty cult. Socialism is not a poverty cult, man. Socialism isn't having a multi-million-dollar home while a few blocks down on fucking Skid Row, people are going hungry and you're never there unless you're trying to do some petty fucking gotcha on your former Zionist business partner, Ethan Klein. You had all that IOF fresh gear on, homie. You could only give it away because you had it. You could only give it away because you had it. And so you weaponize and use homeless people as a punching bag, as a punchline. And people wonder why I need to start a bail fund. Yeah, Hassan Joel Olstein, for real. So I responded, you're still doing it. Does an anti-Zionist go into business with a Zionist family? The clients were known liberal Zionists before October 7th. It's why Hassan refused to talk about it prior. Here's an example.
You say you think the people of Taiwan, whatever they want. And it seems to me that the people of Taiwan want independence. So I'm right with you there, brother. Independence for Taiwan.
I think one nation, two systems.
One nation, two systems?
Yeah. Which is the current.
Like Israel and Palestine?
Oh my God. You don't want to go down that rabbit hole. Come on.
I'm just fucking with you.
Laughs. Homie should have gotten slapped. He was a legit colonizer, lived in the Zionist entity. His wife was in the IOF. Never fucking challenged them on it prior to October 7th. It was well known. I barely knew who Ethan Klein and H3H3 was. And I knew that they were fucking Zionists. You hear Hila Klein speak one time, and you know that demonic fucking accent is a colonizer accent.
I'm just trying to get you. You say you think the people of Taiwan, whatever they want. And it seems to me that the people of Taiwan want independence.
Look at the inconsistencies. He claims Zionists shouldn't be the local dog catcher, but doesn't question Bernie Sanders' Jewish supremacy.
Never happened, but in a totally just world, any kind of, regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi. And you shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher as Felix was posting.
Do you see how it's all performative? How it's all just fucking buzzwords? That's all he's ever been. He is a curated image, a TYT product. The same way that Cenk Uygur went from holding pro-war rallies on his campus when he was old enough to join the military, by the way, like a true fucking coward that he is, holding pro-war rallies at his college campus, goes to work for MSNBC, suddenly wants to become an entrepreneur for himself, creates TYT, still denying the Armenian genocide, names his company the Young Turks, the very same fucking group that started the Armenian genocide, but he thinks you're so fucking stupid that you'll believe that they're completely unrelated things. He even hires his own little token in Anna Kasparian, who will sell out her own fucking people for fame, and all these white libs want to pretend that suddenly she had a change of heart and she became evil, that the trans fear and propaganda got to her and broke her. Homie, she's always been a horrible fucking human being. If you sell out your own people, you'll betray and sell out anyone. And so, Hassan Piker, rich kid, private schooling, doesn't even have a fucking accent when he speaks English. So that's how you know they had good money, bro. That's how you know they had good money. Didn't grow up in the US, but sounds just like any fucking white dude out here. That's how you know they had good money. And he said it himself. He was an American woo or whatever the fuck. Obsessed with America. Obsessed with America. And so it's all performative. It's all performative. He tries doing the bro fucking Howard Stern bullshit that TYT was doing early on. Because Cenk wanted to make TYT the Howard Stern show for left politics. It's the whole edgelord bullshit. It's the whole dirtbag left bullshit. That's why they got Jimmy Dore. That's why they hired Jimmy Dore. And so Hassan Piker does his bro tips over here asking questions about the age of consent. All this stuff. Oh, it's just a character. Oh, it's just a character. The character flops. He's a little too late. It's a little too late. People aren't digging it anymore. And so instead of reading, instead of organizing, instead of fucking getting some experience on the ground with the working class, something he's never been a part of, creates a new character with Cenk. Oh yeah, I'll be the commie. I'll just parrot whatever fucking social media, Reddit, Twitter is fucking saying. And because I'm white and rich and seemingly attractive, I'm never going to be held accountable. Because I'm a fucking Nepo, I'm good. Still need a destiny, by the way. This is how untalented this individual is. This is how much talent this motherfucker truly lacks. He still needed the nepotism of his uncle Cenk Uygur and destiny. And he knew destiny was a creep. How many more fucking creeps does Hassan Piker need to surround himself with? From the origins with destiny to not too long ago with his fucking LOL overruled, Alex, whatever his fucking name is. Creep after fucking creep. Not to mention his best friend, right? Who had a case against him on campus. I'm just saying. And you're a sex tourist. And you're a sex tourist. And you call the cops on your girlfriend. On your ex of all people. Who was a sex worker. You call the fucking pigs on your ex. But it's ACAB. But it's ACAB, right? It's ACAB. Be stomping homeboy out, shouting ACAB. Anywho, LA's a big place. LA's a big place. Not even the local dog catcher, right, Hassan?
If they've ever exhibited any sort of like positive feelings about the state of Israel.
Any sort of positive feelings towards the state of Israel. Any sort of positive feelings towards the state of Israel. Any positive feelings.
I'm so serious about this.
Guys, I'm so serious. Guys, I'm so serious, guys. Guys, I'm so serious about this. This is not a joke, guys. I'm not being sarcastic, guys. Guys, I'm so serious about this.
And she is working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and bringing hostages home.
It's increasingly evident that hopes for a two-state solution are almost dead. At the same time, polls among Palestinians in the occupied West Bank and Gaza are showing that they're increasingly in favor of a one-state solution with equal rights for Israelis and Palestinians alike and equal citizenship. Is that something you believe could happen, or is that something you support?
No, I don't. I mean, I think if that happens, then that would be the end of the state of Israel. And I support Israel's right to exist.
You don't have a lot of time, so and I'm sure that we'll get to talk a little bit more in the future as well. But I went to Japan recently, and I got both of you guys gifts. I actually have another gift for you, but unfortunately, I don't have your gift, the actual gift here. Hold on. This one's for you. This is a Palestinian movement in Japan.
This is after she lied about the Harris-Biden regime working tirelessly for a ceasefire. This is after she lied. And now Hassan's been doing this weird shit where he's like, oh, I keep forgetting your gift, Bernie. Guess you'll have to come over to my house. Bernie Sanders, I keep forgetting your gift. Guess you got to come over to my place. What in the fucking casting couch is going on here, bro? What in the casting couch is going on here, bro? Why do you so desperately want this fucking Zionist in your home? Unless you're going to recreate some fucking cartel CIA psyop video that I saw in middle school. What the fuck is the point of having a lifelong Zionist and Bernie Sanders in your home? Unless you're going to fool American Psycho and putting down plastic fucking covers, why the fuck would you have lifelong Zionist Bernie Sanders over to your home? Why?
Thank you.
Solidarity with Palestine, and this is a little train for public transit.
All right.
I have a Japanese Communist Party pin for you. I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Oh, there we go. I love it. I love it. I love it. Thank you for that. So here's the thing. I'm not a bully. I don't know what FD was thinking. Maybe he thought I was gonna throw a couple jabs towards BadEmpanada. Look, he said it himself. That I wouldn't say this shit to his face. That I wouldn't say this shit to his face. And I said, Brett, I'll go down to Argentina. Let's set a date. Let's make it happen. He went radio fucking silent. He went radio fucking silent. I'm not a bully. You're a coward. I get it. Twitter fingers all day only. You have time to make 20 different fucking accounts, but you don't got time to meet up in person. I understand. It's safe behind a fucking screen. We're different. I still haven't gotten absorbed into the online world completely yet. I still got one foot on the ground. So when somebody says face to face, es cara a cara, cabrón. Como hombrecito, a tiro, tiro. Right? So, I'm not a bully. I'm not a bully. The only reason I included him in the fucking title today was to encourage people. And FD, big dollars, big spender FD over here. I'll drop the link one more time. Well, a couple more times throughout the stream. If you're just hopping on now, please go ahead and donate what you can. This is Aboud. And this fundraiser is connected to the individual Saline, who is being targeted by Hassan Piker's cult. And so if anything positive or good can come from it, hopefully we can help in his goal being met. I don't really do much of this because I don't, I'm a small channel. I don't know how or who to prioritize. So coming back down to earth. I'm not a bully, y'all. I can't. It's not in me. It makes me uncomfortable. If this fool BadEmpanada is a white savior incel and he only feels comfortable engaging online, I do way. Have your fun. Do your own thing. I don't care. I put his name in the title because hopefully you get more clicks on the channel, on the video, and more people can donate to Aboud. All right? That's the only reason I included it. I'm not a bully. I don't like that shit. But if you actually read The 100 Years War on Palestine, if you actually read it, you'd understand, and this is one of the books that I was able to have time to read in a group. It was a fun group discussion. But almost every meeting, we'd be like, yo, this guy's kind of a fucking liberal. And in the beginning, the introduction, he tells you, hey, my family grew up well off. We were good. We were set. So, like, I'm not here preaching any radical shit. And so the more you read it, especially when you get to the Obama section of the book, you realize he doesn't go that hard. And so this makes perfect sense. Over here. Check this out from Dropsite News.
Would like to hear more about that because, especially within the Palestinian movement, there tends to be some divisions over what's going on in Palestine, Gaza, with Hamas, with armed resistance, and sort of people tend to always butt heads over like armed resistance versus non-armed resistance, especially when armed resistance has been such a...
Can I say something about that? I'm perfectly happy to have people in Ghazi or Nablus talk about it. What the hell business is it of ours in the United States? I mean, really, seriously, you want to support something, support it. But to make that a debate between us divides us and brings unspeakable joy to our enemies.
Oh, man. We're not out here telling Palestinians what to do. We're out here calling out opportunists that normalize compradors, that normalize liberal Zionists. That's a huge difference. Imagine having this way of thinking that doesn't threaten power here, by the way. Doesn't threaten the narrative here if you go by this bullshit. With that fucking Mr. Potato Head fucking... I always forget his fucking name. Is that even worth remembering? Was it Jubilee? What's this fool's name? Shout out to the homie Soli. Ahmed Faoud. Imagine having that type of mentality for Ahmed Faoud. Makes no fucking sense. And it would only benefit him. Now, if people were actually, and I've been very vague about this, when I'm back to back Palestinian homie, because this was unequivocally, without hesitation, without any regard to what a colonizer may think, what an outsider might think, supporting Hamas, supporting armed struggle, supporting Palestinian resistance against Zionism. And we're being surrounded by all the people that want to fucking play nice, that want to essentially disavow, either directly or indirectly, the very same people risking their lives in Palestine. There's a fucking issue. There's a fucking concern. And you see the real difference between a colonized mind and one that has been liberated, one that is unwilling to ask itself, but what will the colonizer think? What will the colonizer think of us? And this is why I can't stand Norman Finkelstein. While BadEmpanada praises him, making video after video, praising Norman Finkelstein, demonstrating just how he was cozying up to Hassan Piker, that he's unprincipled, that it's all for show, it's all fucking fugazi, his whole image. Norman Finkelstein was trying to control the sloganeering, the conversation, the message, the decolonial spirit of the Palestinian student protest. That was his role, that was his goal as a true liberal Zionist. That was his role that BadEmpanada supported him in. And none of his little cultists are willing to acknowledge that shit. I'll show you. Look at one video 2 months ago, another video 4 years ago, another year ago. None of them being critical of Norman Finkelstein. When he could say, I'm not an enemy of Israel, I'm not an enemy of Israel. When he could mock decolonization. There's a reason why Hassan Piker feels comfortable praising Norman Finkelstein. Here's Norman Finkelstein, the very same man that BadEmpanada made multiple videos, positive videos throughout the years covering. Never had time to call this shit out.
I don't agree with the slogan, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. It's very easy to amend and just say, from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free. I don't agree with the slogan, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
I don't agree with the slogan, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Why? Because it is a pro-decolonization slogan. Because it is a anti-colonial slogan calling for the end of Zionism and the Zionist entity's occupation of Palestinian land. That's why he opposes it, because he said himself he is not an enemy of the Zionist entity. Instead, what he wants to advocate is the same fucking bullshit that Hassan Piker wants to advocate for, is the same fucking bullshit that Emma Vigeland and Sam Cedar advocate for, which is what? Civil liberties, civil rights for Palestinians on their own fucking land under Zionist occupation. That's what they want to see. They want to see the Americanization of the Zionist project. They want to see the Zionist project go the way of South Africa.
I don't agree with the slogan, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. It's very easy to amend and just say, from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free.
Palestinians, the people, but not the land.
Cringy political correctness, I have no doubt about that. They had classes in settler colonialism and decolonization and de-Zionizing the Jewish mind. You know, really stupid, cringy, like Robin DiAngelo.
Comparing decolonization to Robin fucking DiAngelo, bro.
And decolonization and de-Zionizing the Jewish mind. You know, really stupid, cringy, like Robin DiAngelo, she's going to interrupt racism. You know, these idiotic notions. Cringy political correctness, I have no doubt about that. They had classes in settler colonialism and decolonization.
Wasn't it BadEmpanada that did a whole fucking like debate with who was it, with like Destiny or somebody, about decolonization? And here you have his fucking hero, his white savior hero, mocking decolonization because he doesn't support decolonization. And Laith from Free Palestine TV, who BadEmpanada's followers, his cultists, just call it Canadian. Like, who cares what that Canadian thinks? But you care what an Australian thinks. But okay, cool. That's cool, I guess. When Laith talks about these Jewish supremacists, these Zionists, these Jews who are unwilling to go into their own communities and combat Zionism in the synagogues, in the Jewish community, you know, spaces. Norm Finkelstein is a prime example of that. He'll come out here and talk all his shit like this, and he'll mock Zionization. Why? Because he doesn't want to do that dirty work. If you want to say, Norm, that, hey, there is no hope for the Jewish people to be de-Zionized, I'm not going to argue with you. The same way I'm not going to argue with another one of your fellow white peers saying that, hey, there is no saving whiteness. There is no saving white people. They're a lost cause. They are too devoted to white supremacy. Nope. I'm not going to argue with that. In fact, I agree with that. Yeah, Norm Finkelstein is a two-stater for sure. Or some shit. Who knows where he's at right now? What bullshit he's spewing now. But yes, last I checked, he was a two-stater. But even the one-state solution, FD, your boy Hassan Piker, the reason why he supports the one-state solution is the same reason Emma Vigeland supports it. What about the colonizers? Where will they go? Where is it at? Oh, and of course, I almost forgot where we were. We didn't even get to finish this nonsense. But Rashid Khalidi was right there with Obama when Obama was at a pro-Palestinian. What was his, like a fundraiser or something? He was right there. This was pretty infamous because of Edward Said and how Obama just turned his back on Palestinians. But where are we at? Same reason. Let me see if I can find it. I'll pull it up right here. Same fucking reason. Emma Vigeland. Whoosh. Here we go. We got to retire some of these clips. Again, do me a favor, y'all. Do me a favor. Go ahead and donate if you can to Abood. This is a fundraiser that Saline had tagged. And so if any positivity is coming out from this is to help Aboud reach his goal. Check this out.
So the settlement expansion project that happened, that coincided with the so-called peace process, made a two sovereign state solution virtually impossible.
Let me play that first part back because it's really important.
The settlement expansion project that happened, that coincided with the so-called peace process, made a two sovereign state solution virtually impossible.
So the real reason why Hassan Piker, Emma Vigeland, and all these fucking rad libs, these liberal Zionists and liberal Zionist normalizers, the real reason why they oppose a two-state solution is because the settlements made it impossible. It'd be too complicated. Their other argument as well is, oh, multiculturalism. Multiculturalism. Our differences will bring us together. Colonizers themselves, Hassan Piker being Turkish, Emma Vigeland being a little wasp, thinking that like imposing multiculturalism on Palestinians, saying, no, you have to. For the sake of progress and the human spirit, you have to live alongside your colonizers.
Either you have to forcibly expel 750,000 settlers from both occupied East Jerusalem and occupied West Bank, which is not only impossible, but would be very violent, or you recognize that the current order of business is the...
I wish there was a longer clip here of this. But apparently this is Hassan Piker's, one of his editors. By the way, you know what's funny? I've had Hassan Piker muted for a while. I had him muted for a while because it's the same reason why I don't really listen to his stuff. He's not an intelligent person. I could listen to somebody that I disagree with, who can articulate their ideas and their positions, even if I think they're wrong. Even if I think that they're wrong. In fact, because FD's here, I sent him a clip of PF Jung or whatever that fool's name is, saying like, hey, comes out looking okay in this conversation just because he's next to a piece of shit. But he can articulate his position. I used to talk about, if you want to know what liberals are thinking and how they argue, check out Destiny. Before it was revealed that he was sharing consensually and non-consensually recorded material, he was sharing it unconsensually. Before all that, I was like, check out his stuff if you want to know how they argue. There's some people that I just cannot stand listening to, and I struggle with it. I used to be able to listen to Sam Cedar. I struggle with it now. I've never been able to listen to Emma Vigeland for too long. I don't think she's an intelligent person, and her parents need their money back for the tens, if not millions of dollars that they spent on her education. But we know who the intelligent sister was. One went to go work with her parents at a law firm, and the other one is a glorified fucking streamer that would not have made it on her own. But anyways, so I had him muted for the longest. I didn't realize that this would block me. And mind you, the only things that I would tag him in or comment would be how he voted for Kamala Harris in California. So that shit made me laugh. I only block people when they demonstrate that they're not willing to engage honestly, and they continue moving the goalposts or they play stupid. I'm like, all right, bro. Because I'm pretty giving. I'm pretty charitable and patient with my time because I love the pettiness. All right. So here we go. Hassan Piker suddenly started arguments with Saline, and Brian feels less about any disagreement he has with them and more a signal to his Democrat owners that he'll gladly distance himself from anti-Zionists. Impressive just how little he is willing to sell out for. Just give him access to politicians like Sanders who openly show contempt for him and flatter him with his little profiles in the New York Times, and he'll happily throw Palestinians under the bus. And so Saline says, I actually think that's his guilty conscience. And Hassan, bro, this is so fucking pathetic. Buddy. Oh, sorry. Buddy, if you think I'm distancing myself from anti-Zionists or anti-Zionism, you're choosing the British over the Ottoman. We can have reasonable disagreements. I apologize for all the people replying to you, but I am not a Zionist. Not even from California, bro.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got problems?
Haruto, thank you for the super chat. Hassan is a Nebo content creator. We'd be killing it if our uncle was the owner of TYT. Exactly. But do me a favor, y'all. While I appreciate the super chats and the membership, the gifted memberships, let's just focus in today on Aboud's fundraiser. Let's keep that going. If we could help at all for Aboud getting closer to their goal, let's fucking help it. Share it if you can. They're so close. And again, I don't think any of this or many or much of this is us. But again, if anything good could come from the existence of Hassan Piker, let it be that. So this is what he tagged himself in. Hassan Piker, what you need to know from the ADL, can mainstream Jewish organizations deplatform Hassan Piker, culture, the Canadian Jewish News, the Times of Israel, Jewish groups call on UK to bar dangerous Hassan Piker amid anti-Semitic attacks. And this is from Fox News. Some Democrats privately disgusted by Hassan Piker but are afraid to publicly criticize him, House Democrats claim. This is why I was saying that this was essentially a psyop. When I spoke to FD Signifier and this bomber cat guy, I thought was funny, but I didn't realize that he simps for white people, for colonizers, which is a shame, but unsurprising. Bunker Cat told me, oh, well, you should bring up this criticism of Hassan Piker to your liberal friend FD. First conversation we had, I said, fuck Hassan Piker. He's a limited hangout. He's a fucking psyop. He's there to be the furthest acceptable left that they'll allow. He'll control the narrative. And so it's funny because I stayed consistent with my criticism no matter who I'm with, no matter who I'm speaking to. In fact, I went back and I was looking at one of my first or second stream, and even then, I was calling out Norm Finkelstein. Again, prior to October 7th. So I've remained consistent with my criticism. I think the biggest thing that I've changed, and I've been very open about this, is monetizing the channel. I think that's the biggest thing that I've changed. But it's allowed me to do a lot more with it. And so it's just a hypocrisy that I had to own up to. But back to Hassan Piker. I've been saying that he's a limited hangout, that he's controlled opposition, that he's a psyop, because he stands for nothing and he leads people back to the Democratic Party. He is a sheepdog for the Democratic Party. That is his role. Just like his Zionist hero, Bernie Sanders. And the thing is, individuals like BadEmpanada have known this and still chose to cozy up to him. Why do you think I would ever cozy up to Hassan Piker? I've said this publicly. The only reason it's not fucking go from the moment I see him is if we're in an organizing space that is centered or focused around something beyond whatever bullshit I got on him. Right? If it's a fundraising event for Palestinians or what have you, I'm not going to ruin shit for my ego. Right? Other than that, y'all better bail me the fuck out. All right? Jesus. So, where are we at? You can post all this shit. You can post all this shit about how the rabid Zionists are coming after you. Bro. It's all fugazi. It's all fucking kayfabe. It's all kayfabe. The reason why they want you to be the big bad guy is so that individuals like Lath aren't the voice, aren't the face. It's for individuals like Ali. It's a whole lot nicer than Lath. Aren't the face and aren't the voice. Electronic Antifada. It's not getting invited to the Majority Report. It's not getting invited to Hassan Piker stream. It's not getting invited to Crystal Kyle and friends. It's not getting invited to that. Much less Free Palestine TV with Lath. Who is Hassan Piker? Right? That's what they want to get. Because that's safe. Because he will work with Zionists. He has proven it time and time again. And people ignore it or downplay it. And yes, that includes BadEmpanada. BadEmpanada knew better. BadEmpanada was principally calling out Hassan Piker for the longest fucking time. And the brief moment that he saw an opportunity to cozy up to him, he showed his fucking belly. He showed his fucking belly. And that's the real reason why he doesn't fuck with me. That's the real reason why these people don't like me. It's because I call that shit out. Because it's always woe me. Whiteness over everything. So this is fucking embarrassing. Saline says, I don't care about them being in my mentions. All I care about is that leftists stop endorsing, promoting, supporting Zionists. I really don't give a fuck about anything else. I'll give you an example. You met with Bernie at least 2 times after he exposed himself to be a Jewish supremacist and went against a ceasefire in the worst portion of the genocide. You never even dreamed about treating him like you treat anyone who criticizes you from the left. Bernie is a Jewish supremacist and is complicit directly in genocide, and you fully support him. You had ample chance to confront him, AOC, Mamdani, etc. on their Zionism, support for genocide, betrayal of solidarity with Palestinians. You never did. The genocide happened exactly because of 80 plus years of this type of acceptance of Jewish supremacy in the US and Europe. You think Hassan bothered to fucking respond? To reply? I don't even know how to look at view quotes. Nope, looks like he didn't. Of course. Dropping the donation link for Aboud one more time here. Or once again. I'll keep dropping it as we're live. Dope. So I don't know this Saline individual. Apparently he's Palestinian. But yeah, they've been on it. It's funny to get blocked by an account that you muted, by the way. Anywho, this is apparently Hassan Piker's producer, or one of them. Perhaps in the bucket, but it's worse because the bucket is Gaza, and you're not even the bucket. And you're not even in the bucket because you're posting from Argentina. These fuckers have me defending Argentina today. It's okay. It's okay. Technically, she was born in Uruguay, but I broke bread. I had a great cafecito. Una señora de Argentina, criada en Argentina. So, I gotta play nice. I gotta play nice. Ay, FD, be honest, homie. You got you got like cardio. You got a solid like what 3 minutes of cardio? 3 minutes of cardio is wild for a street fight. I don't know. Look, I tell people all the time, walk away, run away, not turn the other cheek, pursue safety. I'm not chubby, I'm big boned. Nah, I always tell people walk the other way and shit. I've seen some fucked up shit happen. All right. Crabs in the bucket, but it's worse because the bucket is Gaza and you're not even in the bucket because you're posting from Argentina. Today, we are all Latin America. I'll only praise the perfect, Jesus, these people are pathetic, anti-Zionist that immediately starts a confrontation with anyone who can help if they are not also the perfect anti-Zionist that immediately starts a confrontation with anyone who can help. What the fuck is going on here? If they are not also the perfect oh, okay, I see what they're doing. Meanwhile, people continue to die and you achieve nothing but confrontation online. You are as worthless as a bot created by the Zionist himself to divide and distract and continue the Zionist project. He is in debt to your offer to work for free. Which is hilarious because Hassan wasn't paying his fucking editors for the longest, you know, being the socialist that he is and all. He encourages people in the Hassan industrial complex bullshit to work for free. His excuse is, oh, well, I won't copyright the content. So they're also making money off of making free content on my behalf. But here's the thing. He has come out and said publicly that if you're one of these channels, the Hassan Piker clip channels, and you're critical of him, then he'll copyright strike you. I don't know. Convenient. But this is one of his editors, apparently. So yeah, apparently this is Hassan's editor. So I would like to make it clear that Hassan isn't even an anti-Zionist. He is a one-stater because he doesn't want to displace the West Bank and East Jerusalem settlers. This is blatant Zionism. And again, like we've been over it. Emma Vigeland has the same fucking position.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Access Audio, thank you for the super chat. Did you see Hassan's interview in The Guardian where he says his blind spots are not mistakes in his political analysis, but telling women and chatters to perform certain smegs acts? Jesus, bro. That guy is, I mean, predatory flags left and right, bro. Left and right. Thank you for the super chat. I mean, at the end of the day, it's undeniable that Hassan Piker, this is a fucking fact. This is not my bias. This is not, no. That he is a sex tourist. That is a fact. When we want to get into the discussion of sex work and all this stuff, that's another conversation. But the fact is, a sex tourist is different in the sense that they're going to countries to try and exploit the sex workers there. This is the same fucking position that Emma Vigeland takes.
You're not anti-Zionist if you believe that Israel has a right to exist. Do you believe Israel has a right to exist? I don't know about that.
Yeah, how?
I mean, well, no, like right to exist. I don't know about that.
How?
I mean, well, no. Like, I believe Israel has the right to exist. I just don't think it can exist as a Jewish state as opposed to a democratic one. Like, I mean, I think, you know, and I think we'll probably have a guest on in this in terms of like, you know, the definition of Zionism is sometimes can be a little bit like sort of evasive. I don't know that I've ever really considered myself anti-Zionist per se. But if being a Zionist is to support Israel as it is currently configured, fundamentally so, that we have a tier of second-class citizens, and then also maintaining, what is now appears to be a permanent occupation, if not annexation, then yes, I am an anti-Zionist. But I don't think, like,
if I redefine the definition of Zionism, then I'm an anti-Zionist.
I don't think that Israel should disappear.
He immediately follows it by saying, I don't think Israel should disappear. Then how the fuck are you an anti-Zionist? You're anti-apartheid. But apartheid is a tool of settler colonialism, not the primary contradiction. That is settler colonialism.
I think that they're like it, but
or even like, yeah, we don't advocate for people being removed. What we want is, I think, what like Pappy and a lot of people, Jeff Halper of the Israeli Committee Against Housing Demolition.
Jeff Halper and Ilan Pape, both Israelis, both Israelis, both Israelis. We don't know what definition Sam Cedar agrees with. I've literally debated him on this. I have literally debated Sam Cedar on this. He, like the fucking Weasley, and call me anti-Semitic, I don't give a fuck. The Weasley fucking Zionist that he is, the liberal Zionist that he is, refuses to define Zionism in a way that doesn't allow for the continued existence of the Zionist project. But yeah, Matt Leck always bringing up Israelis, never referencing Palestinians. And when he does, they're little liberal Palestinians like Khalidi.
They say one state, democratic, and like I personally, I'm like, yeah, if we can help that and fund peace in it, which is what the original.
Why the fuck do colonizers deserve equal rights to Palestinians? Can somebody explain that to me?
Personally, I'm like, yeah, if we can help that and fund peace in it, which is what the original project should have been, except the world was too nationalistic at that time to really do that.
Yes.
And we were too obsessed with borders. I mean, India was being partitioned at the same time. Like that's the world that this was formed in. If we could go back in time and say, yes, we're going to but we're not going to be expelling anybody because of demographics and things like that, then all the money we've spent to Israel to like actually create a state that's safe for both Jewish people and Palestinians would be great.
Yeah, I mean, when people ask the question, does Israel have the right to exist? Of course it does. Of course people in Israel have the right to safety. Of course, because it does exist and because people live there. That's why they have the right. Because saying that it doesn't exist would mean expelling 9 million Israelis that live there. No. The point though is that does it have the right to exist in a way that is a permanent apartheid state and an occupation where there's 2.4 million people plus that have no rights, like don't have rights of movement, don't have rights to drive on certain roads. Only Israelis have that right. Don't have rights over their water supply, over their electricity, over their futures. And I mean, no, Israel does have a right to exist and should exist because it does. But it needs to also include the rights of Palestinians.
Israel's existence needs to include the rights of Palestinians. Israel's existence needs to include the rights of Palestinians. And these people aren't fucking Zionists. And these people aren't Zionists. But you had Matt Bernstein having Emma Vigeland on to grill somebody on Palestine. And failed miserably at that shit. Failed miserably. Mallory McMarrow came out looking pretty fucking solid. Came out looking like the adult in the room, unfortunately, because you're never gonna catch, unless you're really good, unless you're on like some Mehdi Hassan level of fucking Weasley fucking shit. You're never gonna catch a Zionist through a liberal Zionist lens. You're never gonna catch them. You're never gonna expose them. Access Audio, thank you for the super chat. Check the Guardians for the clip. Are you on the Discord? Because I'm not sure what you mean by check the Guardian for the clip. Uh, um, bu- 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 um. David, I just saw your message. I'll reply to you after the stream. Oh, okay, yeah, I just saw it. Okay, okay. Bro, but how do I shit, hold on. Let me see if I can pull it up here. I don't know if it's gonna open the Discord, that's why. The fuck was that? I think you just hacked my whole system. FD, how many times have I defended Hassan? Serious question. Here's the thing. I don't think you view it as you're defending Hassan Piker. But you are. And then, you know what pisses me off, bro? Like I've not. Hold on, let me see. Let me save it and then I'll post it. I'll do that. Sex tourists acknowledges his problem, I guess. Let's do that. Not to me, but I'll take it. For example, when you said
Kamala Harris, you got problem?
when you were doing your rankings for white streamers, and you said that Hassan does puts his money where his mouth is behind the scenes, this and that. Hassan has used that clip. Hassan and his audience have brought that up time and time. Like they have run that clip of you to the fucking ground, bro. Because they're like, oh, FD said it. FD said it, so it must be true. FD, unless you're looking at Homeboy's fucking books, doesn't mean fucking shit to me. That he told you that he put money over here, that he moved money over there. This is a multi-millionaire. This is a silver spoon Nepo baby. The way that he moves his money is a whole lot different than the way that we've ever had to move money. So just, that shit pisses me off. The damage is done, bro. These white people look at you and they're like, oh, okay. We got one of them is on our side. We got her proved. Nothing Hassan has ever said has led me to believe that he has engaged with Black studies in any meaningful way. And for you saying that Hassan has actually read, I mean, what, like forced to read something in college to pass a course? Yeah, probably. Probably. But that's about it. I don't consider that reading. The reading that I did in college, that shit was to pass fucking courses. That shit was to fucking quote mine for a paper. It wasn't to digest something and it wasn't to incorporate something into my worldview. It introduced me to certain stuff for sure, but it wasn't any meaningful, anything meaningful like that. So if you're telling me that he's sitting, bro, imagine this. Hassan Piker, after streaming 8 days in a row for 8 hours every single fucking day, that he's sitting down to fucking read, bro. Fuck out of here with that shit. All right. Let's check this out.
My blind spots, I'm a little bit too much of a dude, bro. So sometimes I'll pop off and I'll say something like, can I curse on this show?
Yeah, sure.
Sometimes I'll say like, suck my d-, and people don't really like that. You know what I mean?
Your sense of humor and your ability to talk shit is a reflection of your mental state, bro. I haven't heard somebody say, suck my dick, bro, since like fucking high school. And even then it was played out. Middle school shit. But again, what do you expect from a sex tourist?
My blind spots, I'm a little bit too much of a dude, bro. So sometimes I'll pop off and I'll say something like, can I curse on this show?
Yeah, sure.
Sometimes I'll say like, suck my and people don't really like that. You know what I mean? Especially if it's towards, again, a reactionary, but a reactionary woman nonetheless, right? That can come across as misogynistic. And
bro says suck my dick to anyone and to everyone every single fucking day, whether they're a fucking reactionary or a fucking 68-month subscriber.
And I think there is a degree of that for sure.
I don't want to breeze past the misogyny question because I don't want people to feel like, we just said that as an aside and moved on, because that's a big deal. There has been
That's a great point. How is it a blind spot if he knows? I mean, those types of questions are difficult to answer. When somebody asks, what's your greatest weakness or some bullshit like that? First of all, lazy fucking interviewer. Lazy fucking interviewer. Like, what are your hopes and dreams? What are your biggest regrets in life? You're getting paid for this shit, bro? So it's already a stupid question to answer. But anywho, he knows it and he loves that shit because he is a misogynist. He doesn't change that shit. He hides it. He coaches his friends how to discreetly share nudes that women send them. He's done that. Nah, bro, don't show me on stream. Now, if you're looking at it and I accidentally glance at your phone, that's different. The fuck? What the fuck? Like, to coach somebody in how to be a creep. To coach somebody how to be a creep, that's peak fucking male performative feminist bullshit. Peak. Motherfucker giving courses. The same shit with Noah Samson. Noah Samson wanted to talk shit about Loanerbox. Laundry list of shit that you could talk about Loanerbox. Decides to go after the woman who's suing Destiny for leaking their sexual content. And that's who Noah Samson is at his fucking core. I didn't know this. But Noah Samson has been trying for years to make it online. I didn't know this shit. FD, did you know this? Your boy Noah Samson, that white man, Noah Samson, has spent years trying to make it online as a comic, as a comedian. As a silly goose online. That was interesting to me. That says so much, and it makes perfect fucking sense that these people are unprincipled. They just want to be famous. Hassan Piker just wanted to be famous. They don't believe in any of this shit. They don't support any of this shit. They just want fame. And I include BadEmpanada in this shit because he wanted to be a famous little writer. And that's why the first chance that he saw to cozy up to Hassan Piker, all his principles, all his criticism got thrown out the window, and he barked and barked and barked up the Ethan Klein tree to get in the good graces of Hassan Piker. What a sad little fucking man. All for what? To sit in the cool kids table? Homie, were you that much of a fucking loser as a kid that you need approval from people like Hassan Piker, like Noah Samson? Grown ass fucking man in your late 30s. Grown ass fucking man in your late 30s. Fucking A, bro. How were you motherfuckers raised with no self-respect, no dignity, no principle? Spineless motherfuckers. And you wonder why I can't stand you. And you're smart, homie. You were smart for not taking the bait. I would have fucking paid off some Argentinian fucking pig to be on my way a red eye after fucking debating you, homie. All right.
I read I think, thoughtful discussion in Reddit from a woman who is a big fan of yours, but was saying, they get frustrated with feeling like they're outside. They're on the outside of the conversation, and that there's some particular things like, the way you talked about sexual assault, that they feel like it's too dismissive.
Grand Planner supporter. Grand Planner supporter. Yipper. Yipper first and last goddamn warning.
And I just wonder, do you take that feedback on?
Yeah, no, absolutely. That might be like one particular instance where I'm like offering commentary on an issue, but I try to be as careful and as thoughtful as possible, especially when it comes to things like that. But once again, like in that situation, my job is to talk to men that are so far beyond like where I'm.
Bro, shut the fuck up. While the Creep Destiny was going on red pill shows, you trying to be the fucking the liberal in a MAGA body or whatever the fuck, refused to go on those shows and to actually engage directly. The best you did was talk to fucking Andrew Tate. But you didn't get off your ass. You left that space open for that Creep Destiny. Do you know why? Because he doesn't believe in this shit. Because he doesn't believe in this shit. He can't argue to save his fucking life because he doesn't care enough to learn about this and to build a solid fucking argument. Not to overhype debate bullshit, but there's a reason why he only chooses to debate people like Willie Mack. Why he lost to fucking what? Christian Walker. That's who he debates. Charlie Kirk. Holy shit. No different than Sam Cedar, the anti-Zionist, debating a fucking dumbbell.
I'm at on these sorts of issues, right? Like my goal is to communicate to young men in a way that they understand, to just like pull them away from being not just dismissive necessarily, but just like reluctant to hear the other side's opinion. It's just so different. Like, oh my goodness, man. Just people don't get it.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the Noah Samson Holder comedy skits. Sad as fuck, but everything is Noah Samson, Ethan Klein. Noah Samson, Ethan Klein. Holy shit, man. Crazy how Noah Samson wasn't saying shit about Ethan Klein when Leftovers was up and running. It's not the Raw Media one either. I forget who the content creator was. I will answer something that FD said about he was talking to somebody else saying, what does it mean? Am I anti-Zion? Am I Zionist adjacent when I have conversations with FD? If you're not white, I'll pretty much have conversations with anyone. And if we say, hey, we're going to have a conversation, we'll have a conversation. If you want to have a debate, we'll have a debate. I don't think I've had a debate with anyone. I've just never come up. But if you want to have a debate, homie, we're going to have a moderator. We're going to have times. We're going to have your positions. Who's going to be pro, who's going to be against. We're going to do that fucking, we're not playing that fucking bullshit mock debate shit. We're going to have an actual fucking debate. Which sounds fucking exhausting. But we could have that. If you want to have a conversation, it'll be a little bit more loose. Right? I have seen criticism that I was engaging too nicely with FD and Little Bill. The Little Bill thing was an absolute fucking mistake, and I should have listened to my gut. I've talked about how I felt like I got played. But shout out to Dr. Ball for at least, keeping the conversation interesting. What people don't understand, and the reason why I despise people like Hassan Piker and why I see through BadEmpanada, is because they try to paint themselves as something that they're not. The reason why I never really had a lot of smoke for FD, other than the whole PF junk thing, is because FD never positioned himself as a socialist, as a communist. He's never been that guy, in my opinion. I've always seen him as a pop culture critic. Nothing more, nothing less. Because of how desperate the space is for non-white voices in politics, he definitely got amplified as that person, as the king of blacks, from what I've seen online, right? A title bestowed upon him, right? So, I think people, even like, what's her name? Like Kyla? Not so erudite, called FD a Marxist-Leninist or some shit like that. And I was like, what the fuck? But again, they want the FDs and the Hassan Pikers to be the furthest acceptable left because they don't want to interact with people like us. I don't want to interact with them either, so I don't blame them. But I've never heard FD call himself a socialist or communist, much less an anarchist or radical in any way. And so I never really put much attention on him or Little Bill for that matter. I was like, all right, cool, do your pop culture stuff. It's fine. I dabble in it too. It is what it is. But individuals like Hassan Piker that claim to be a socialist who are over here singing the Soviet fucking anthem, the Chinese anthem, all this stuff, I'm like, nah, you're purposely misguiding people in what is, a radical understanding of the world. And I can't stand with that. I can't fuck with that. I got to call that shit out. But if people like that aren't radical, that aren't claiming to be that individual, if this is your official announcement, Pan-African Scientific Socialist.
I voted for Kamala
Just
Harris,
finished your
no
last
problem.
stream, and man, I haven't seen Sam that choked up. I got the book, and it showed on cam. Bunch of white Zio fucks, FD, the liberal, and Little Bill. Thank you for the super chat. Please, 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 y'all. Appreciate it. Donate to Aboods. Let's see where they're at. Fundraiser. Let's do our part. Let's do our part. Let's do our part. But thank you for the super chat. Yeah, I'm glad you liked that stream yesterday. That was a lot of fun. I have not been feeling too great. My allergies plus the fires out here have been kicking my ass and my sleep. I wasn't even gonna stream today because I needed to get some rest, but I was like, fuck that. I can't help it. I can't help it. Let me be right back, y'all. Hold on. You have not done the homework. You have not studied about Zionism. You have not done your homework on what the true narrative is within, the Zionist community. Jewish supremacy is very much pushed and advocated for. What are we doing here? Just because you have true anti-Semites like Nick Fuentes, right, pushing this shit, again, I wish that's not where sourcing comes from, right? I wish that's not where people were getting introduced to not just Zionism, but true Jewish supremacy. But that's because the left hasn't done a good enough job calling it out. This channel literally started because of the embrace and normalization of liberal Zionism. So you bet your ass I'm going to call it out.
Is to either be subjugated by or exterminated for white folks, specifically straight white men's interest. So when you say to me Jewish supremacy, what you are saying is that you're talking about Jews who believe that Jewish people are inherently superior to non-Jewish people, specifically
God's chosen people. God's chosen people. I've raised this before. Judaism, it was going to be unavoidable. It was going to be unavoidable for it to be used for exactly situations like this. Because the whole lineage aspect of it. The only way to truly be Jewish is if your mother was Jewish. They make that distinction within their community. They make that distinction. Ah, well, only your dad was. Because who knows, your mother could have been a whore. We don't know. Right? Like that's literally their perspective. Your mother could have cheated and been with somebody that wasn't Jewish. So, and they're not out here proselytizing. They're not out here recruiting. They're not over here converting people. Right? So very much is based on blood. It very much is based on blood, on the womb that you came out of. And that's how you're truly Jewish. At least according to them. It's not. So that lends itself, because you're having essentially that blood lineage aspect to it, it lends itself to a supremacist type of ideology. I also have to disagree with white men only part. Women play a big role. James says that, James Light. Yeah, I mean, I always do my best to include white women in the definition of white supremacy. I think it's necessary because they get away with engaging in a whole lot of white supremacy. It gets downplayed. He's not wrong in a sense, because white women's goal is to be equal to white men at our expense, but I always include it in white supremacy. Because if you're going to say specifically, if you're going to go out of your way to say specifically white men, I would also add, because you're already doing the work anyways, to say, and white women are fighting to be alongside them in white supremacy. That is white feminism.
Palestinians and that Palestinian supremacy. What you are saying is that you're talking about Jews who believe that Jewish people are inherently superior to non-Jewish people, specifically Palestinians. And
yeah, they believe that. Also, they believe that about non-Palestinians. Yep.
Jewish supremacy. What you are saying is that you're talking about Jews who believe that Jewish people are inherently superior to non-Jewish people, specifically Palestinians, and that Palestinians exist for one of two reasons: to either be subjugated by or exterminated for the interest of Jewish people. So,
what do you think? Wait. What the? Is he gonna flip the script on me? I'm like, oh, we were on the same side the whole time. He was playing a character. He was being a devil's advocate and then breaking it down why that's wrong. Like, what are we doing here? Yes, they're literally engaging in a genocide of, like, they're exterminating the Palestinian people. They have been ethnically cleansing them. They were subjugating them by granting them work permits. Bro, repo this fool's car. All right. I'll keep watching.
if you're going to argue with me that the vast majority of Jewish people, I'm not talking about exclusively Israelis, I'm talking about Jewish people throughout the diaspora, believes that, I'm calling bullshit.
What the fuck do you think Zionism is? Stop, bro. Bro. Stop. You guys are playing with me. No. This is a skit. How are you this fucking ignorant in 2026? What the fuck are you reading, bro? Bro.
I know you don't want to talk historically, but
keep watching. Okay, you guys keep saying keep watching. Is it gonna get? Is he gonna like flip the script on me? It's gonna get worse. It's good. Wait, is it really gonna get worse? Holy fuck. Do me a favor, y'all. Hit the like button. Costs you nothing. Subscribe if you haven't already. If you're sick and tired of uneducated influencers like this, pretending to give a damn about colonized, subjugated people, apparently just outright saying that they don't. Super chat, super stickers are turned on if you want to help support the channel. Get access to the Discord by joining the Patreon. $2 gets you into the door. Please. Sorry about that. Damn, I couldn't find the Noah Samson. I don't know who it was. A female creator. And I couldn't find who went by it, who actually did it. All right. I think we're done with most of this stuff. Yeah, this shit's funny, bro. Hassan Piker's not the enemy. And then this shit, bro. Holy shit. You guys have every right to pull out the fucking guillotine. Every fucking right to pull out the guillotine. This is all Palestine is for Hassan Piker. Something that he could wear. An aesthetic. That's all it's ever been. Every struggle, anything he's covered is just an aesthetic for his image. Or his fame. Disgusting individual. I'm not a Zionist, but a sheepdog for the Democratic Party, a Zionist institution you are willing to tolerate, rationalize, and even defend materially pro-genocide politicians, positions inside your own coalition for what exactly?
Oh, this is what it is. This is what it is. It's a bait.
I'm going to lay claim to it. Fuck it. I think it's funny. I do think that I popularized this clip. I didn't see it going around before I started spamming that shit. And this is the reason why Hassan blocked me, by the way. The drop, the super chat one, I'll lay claim to it. I don't care. Nobody really talked about it following the debate with Ethan Klein. Everybody was focused on everything else but that. So, with that being said, it's not my thing. Anybody could have copied it, whatever. But because of where and how concise it is, and it's literally exactly the same seconds that my screen recording of it was. I know that it's mine. It's not even a second or more, a second or less. But what makes me laugh is I'm pretty sure that what happened was that supporters of the Australian colonizer didn't want to repost me. So they just screen recorded that video and then, posted themselves, which is fucking hilarious. I don't mind it. I think that shit's funny. I love pettiness. But yeah, this individual, Hassan Flaco, I can't stand this fool either. I think he debated Destiny or something like that. And he did it for clout. He did it for attention. He was so uneducated on the subject that it was embarrassing and it did more harm than good.
This is what it is. It's a bait. I eat the bait, hook, line, and sinker. And then immediately this guy's like, see, I fucking got you, dude. I'm sorry. But if you think this dude is doing tireless advocacy, doing the work, okay, go listen to him try to fucking defend his positions on a sex pest Zionist broadcast, okay? I didn't want to bring this up, but buddy, let me tell you, okay, you didn't do.
I didn't want to bring this up. I don't want to talk about this, but what is it with white people and doing shit like that? No, I don't want to do this, but fuck BadEmpanada, fuck Hassan Piker, fuck Little Bill. I could just say shit like that. Just say shit. Just say what you feel. This guy hurt your fucking feelings, Hassan. Say fuck him. I kept my mouth shut about the embarrassing debate that you had. But now that we're beefing, you look like a fucking fool. Just say that shit. Why is it so fucking difficult? Why do they need to do this rad-lib bullshit of like, well, I guess. Well, now that you push my buttons. I guess for this motherfucker, now that you push my buttons, bro. Like, now I can tell you how I really feel. God damn.
A sex pest Zionist broadcast, okay? I didn't want to bring this up, but buddy, let me tell you, okay? You didn't do a great job. You got fucking owned by an Israel dick-riding pedophile. How do you think that looked for the cause?
Buddy, Hassan, that pedo, that creep, help build your fucking career. No matter what you do, no matter what you say, that is reality. The same way that Armenian genocide denier, uncle of yours, helped bring you into the space because you're a fucking nepo that couldn't do it on your own. Destiny did the same for you as a streamer.
Your desperation to fucking clout chase caused you to get literally owned by a moronic Wikipedia article summarizing pedophilic Zionist. Dumb fuck.
The largest.
By the way, who has done more to support the Zionist cause? Destiny or Bernie Sanders? I'll wait, chat. Please inform me, educate me. No, chat. I asked, who has done more to support the Zionist project? Destiny or Bernie Sanders? It's just a simple question. I'm just curious. I'm not into politics the way that Hassan Piker is. I'm not doing this 8 days a week, 8 hours a day. So I need a little help. Who has done more to support the Zionist project? Destiny, a creepy little streamer that went to the Zionist entity one time, or Bernie Sanders, a lifelong Zionist that literally glows. Never thought I'd see Bernie Sanders glow when he talks and reminisce about his time in a fucking kibbutz. Who has done more? Because from the sound of it, Hassan Piker thinks that Destiny has done more to support the Zionist project than Golda Meir's former lover, Bernie fucking Sanders. Let's watch him glow, chat. Let's watch Bernie glow. Where you at, Bernie? Bernie, where you at? Here we go.
When I was a kid, I was in Israel for, I can't remember, 3 or 4 months, worked on several kibbutzim. I was very impressed by what I saw. I was very excited at the formation, when I was a kid, the formation of the state of Israel. More than aware of the Holocaust. And
Several kibbutzim. FB, come on, bro. You gotta know by now. I marched to the beat of my own drum. FD's gonna be my one phone call when I stomp out Hassan Piker, bro.
was a kid, I was in Israel for, I can't remember, 3 or 4 months, worked on several kibbutzim. I was very impressed by what I saw. I was very excited at the formation, when I was a kid, the formation of the state of Israel. More than aware of the Holocaust, and which took people in my own family, and the horrible anti-Semitism that existed then exists today in America. So I'm proudly Jewish. When I was a kid, I was in Israel for, I can't remember, 3 or 4 months, worked on several kibbutzim.
When have you seen this motherfucker smile like this? Just glowing in his role as a colonizer. That Katie, I wanted to say I appreciate your contribution when talking to Little Bill. I didn't agree with everything you said, but I'm glad someone managed to at least get access to him and let him know how awful that was. Well, I appreciate that, Katie. I do feel like I dropped the ball because I wasn't informed of the jumping in and out of the stream. If I would have known that, I definitely would have just front loaded things a little heavier and just asked questions directly instead of trying to find common understanding, which I always try to do with people. Because I do agree that there are, Jake Shields and a Kasparian, right? There are people who are trying to weaponize the suffering of Palestinians, the genocide of Palestinians, to push for legit white supremacist propaganda narratives that are only going to bite us in the ass if we align with them and normalize that. However, I would have skipped that part of it. I would have not given that any oxygen if I would have known that it wasn't going to be a real conversation, right? Much less a debate, but even a real conversation. Super, super frustrating. But hey, it was difficult to respect the space, not the individual, but respect the space and not lose my shit. which I'm kind of known for a little bit, which is why I'm very hyper aware of it. Do you agree that multipolarity is the only way forward? I don't think multipolarity is significant if you don't have a socialist project that is combating the US, right? So when we talk about the Soviet Union, it was funding, arming, and promoting anti-colonial movements. We don't have that right now. So even if it was a multipolar world, whether it's China or Russia or what have you, BRICS, these aren't socialist projects that are pushing the international revolution of the workers. Whatever your position on China may be, they're not advocating for the liberation of the international worker. That is objectively true. Little Bill didn't show respect in that conversation. Yeah, I mean, he did. It was performative. It is what it is. Yeah, I mean, do you want to make the argument that China is on a socialist path? Like, you can make that argument. I would disagree, but you can make the argument. Russia is Putin, baby. Like, what do you mean? They're not here. They're out here for number one, for the bank account. That Katie, exactly. It wasn't a conversation. I was also very frustrated with FD showing up and saying he didn't watch anything, but still giving Little Bill, I guess, having his back. Considering what Bill said, I thought that was pretty fucked. Yeah, but at the same time, while I agree with all that, if FD wasn't there, then basically it would just be me and Dr. Ball having a conversation about Jewish identity in Europe, I guess, which could be interesting, but it wasn't remotely close to what the conversation was supposed to be about. So with FD being there and at least trying to play devil's advocate for Little Bill, at least I was able to engage with some of Little Bill's Zionist propaganda. That's the way I viewed it. And also keep in mind that conversation doesn't happen without FD. So I know that he gets a lot of heat, and I think a lot of it justifiably so. But that conversation does not happen without FD. I don't believe that Little Bill would have engaged definitely me. Maybe Dr. Ball one-on-one. But definitely not me without FD's presence. That Katie says, I'd be super interested in seeing that talk with Jared Ball as long as I'm along to occasionally join and scream at both of you with, and I disagree. That's funny. That's hilarious. Tea exists here. Cheese balls. What's cheese balls over here? Yeah, I mean, that's funny, but it's just, I don't know. I don't think it's appropriate to have that conversation right now. Yeah, that is true, though. Katie says, I think that's the problem. Bill is not actually wanting to hear about this. He wanted to drop a take and move on. Yeah, you can't. Not if I'm around, bro. Not if I'm around. Oh, let's see this.
Israel make actual changes to the way it runs itself, controls the Palestinians, for example.
Yeah, sorry, it's going to be really tough for me to poo-poo this guy, okay? I mean, come on. Come on, dude. It's tough. It's tough, man. Perhaps that's the reason why so many of you make the wrong comparisons when you say, oh, he could be like another John Fetterman, or you're like, oh, what if he was an IDF veteran, or whatever the you don't listen to what he's saying right now. You're like, oh.
Again, it's so fucking frustrating. And related to Little Bill's video, we have to view the U.S. military no different than the IDF. No different than the IDF. We have to view it that way. The same way that we cannot view the IDF any different than the Nazis. the only reason you would not view it that way is if you do not consider Palestinians to be their lives equal to European Jews. The only reason you wouldn't view it that way is you do not consider the lives of somebody from Afghanistan, Iraq, to be worth the lives of a European Jew. That's the only reason. Only reason. And now I'm seeing that the alerts aren't even working at all. Anyway, only reason. We don't recognize that what we did to Afghanistan and Iraq was fucking genocide. We don't recognize it. We're already over it. At least during fucking Vietnam, there was some type of cultural fucking shift. Perhaps meaningless, definitely insufficient, forgotten too quickly, but there was blood spilled. There was some sacrifice. For Iraq and Afghanistan, nothing. And now you have these white rat libs like Hassan Piker, Emma Vigeland, Sam Cedar, Matt Leck, David Griscom, Kyle KKK Kalinske, all supporting Grant Plantner when he belongs in fucking prison for his crimes against the people of Afghanistan and Iraq.
Or you're like, oh, what if he was an IDF veteran or whatever the you don't listen to what he's saying right now. You're like, oh, well, this is a lesser evil vote. How is it any different than Kamala Harris? It's not a lesser evil vote. What the are you talking about? This is not a lesser evil vote at all.
And to take it so far that you're abandoning the lesser two evils voting bullshit and outright saying, this is a good guy. This guy that continues to pretend that he was drafted or forced into the war when he was literally in Iraq begging to go to the Ghan, brother. Oh, Korea. Korea is another one where it's just like, I wish they fucking hated us, right? And I know it gets a little uncomfortable to say us because they don't fucking want us here. Internal colonies and all that. But we're in the belly of the beast. We have to own it. It's uncomfortable. It is what it is. When shit gets too hot, I'm going to go live in Mexico. And all the BadEmpanada supporters are going to wash away my sins as a U.S. Taxpayer. So it's all good. Don't worry. I'll be fine. I don't know how y'all going to do it. But I'll be good. I'm going to use the Argentinian method of whitewashing my sins away. So it'll be fine. But this is who Hassan Piker is. This is who he is. Do me a favor, y'all. Please, 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 please. Go donate to Abood. If something's going to come out from this, hopefully he hit his goal. Hopefully he hits his goal. I mean, Hassan literally said he worked for Homeland Security. So can we stop with all this shit? BadEmpanada knew that Hassan worked for Homeland Security and still decided to be his little partner in crime. His attack dog. Should we actually watch this in its entirety? Because I think we're done with Hassan stuff. Oh, actually, no, I do have one post. Here we go. This is something I did want to talk about before we move on from this. I said, don't forget, the opportunist BadEmpanada was Hassan Piker's attack dog for months and only went back to being hypercritical when he got tossed to the side. Don't let him use you for his ego. Fuck all these white people. And so, Saline, has literally been in an Israeli prison, in a Zionist prison, when Hassan Piker's editor said that he wasn't even in Gaza, wasn't even in the bucket, right? And BadEmpanada decides to use this to say, Hassan Piker's editor claims that a Palestinian refugee is not in the bucket and should shut up about Palestine. Saline says, I'm not a refugee. I'm not a refugee. Shit like this fucking matters, and I'm not here being offended on behalf of Saline. I'm saying white saviors do this shit all the time. White saviors do this shit all the time. White saviors do this shit all the time. They're like, no, shut the fuck up. I'm going to use you for my own personal vendettas, my own personal ego. I'm going to use you. You're not a human being to me. You're not a fucking person. You don't have an identity. You don't have a fucking voice. I tell you what you are, and I will use you for my own ends. This is what white saviors do. This is what Norm Finkelstein has been doing. This is why BadEmpanada adores, glorifies Norm Finkelstein. He's been doing it for years. Norm Finkelstein mocks the leadership of Hamas for daring to read the Quran while in a Zionist dungeon. Claims that they're not fit for the moment. Who the fuck is Norm Finkelstein to determine that? Who the fuck is Norm Finkelstein? Same shit with BadEmpanada. I'm not a refugee, says Ali. BadEmpanada says, if you weren't, you'd be in Palestine right now. What I say goes. In other words, shut the fuck up and go grab your shine box. Shut the fuck up and go grab your shine box. That's how a white savior speaks to you. Know your fucking place. You see why I can't stand this motherfucker? You see why I can't stand this motherfucker? He was smart to not take me up on the offer to go to Argentina and have that debate face to face. Somebody says, can you shut the fuck up? You're off-putting antisocial freak. Accurate. Incel. BadEmpanada's a fucking incel. Keep the women away from him. Keep the girls away from him. This guy is a fucking creep. Talking about bestiality to young women in his fucking late 30s. I mean, this guy is fucking gross. Exposing his own mother's fetishes. His own white mother's fetishes. Fucking disgusting. And BadEmpanada replies, can you shut the fuck up, bitch? This is my token Palestinian human shield. This is my token Palestinian human shield. Colonizers need to get stomped the fuck out. Wherever they go, wherever they are. Whether they want to hide behind this nationality or that nationality. They need to get stomped the fuck out. These aren't your friends. These aren't your fucking allies. Saline. Hey, if you want to be somebody's token, if you want to be somebody's human shield, go for it, mijo. Do your fucking thing. You do what you gotta do. But if a white man tries to use me like this, a colonizer, I don't care whether Euro-American, Euro-Israeli, or Euro-Australian. White is fucking white. And this is what they do. This is what they fucking do. They think you're a fucking joke that they can use for their own entertainment. And I feel bad because apparently Salim actually knows BadEmpanada. IDK of BadEmpanada and Salim know each other. Laugh my ass off. They live in the same country, but that's about it. Americans are like, all Argentinians know each other. And Salim says, I actually do know him. Hey, Salim, BadEmpanada didn't take up my offer for me to head down to Argentina. Maybe I head down, a little cafecito on me, and maybe you point me to the right direction. Maybe you point me to the right direction. I'm just saying, just a thought, man. But all jokes aside, please go support. This is the fundraiser that Saline wanted attention put upon, which I'm trying my best to keep the attention on during the stream. I appreciate all the support, the super chats, the gifts, the gifted subscriptions, and the Patreon supporters. But again, today, let's just focus on Abood as much as we can. I'll drop the link one more time, or once again, I should say. Keep saying one more time like I'm wrapping up. I should be wrapping up. I gotta be wrapping up. And I'll drop it on the Twitter chat. Hi. All right. Where are we at? Nice, nice. Okay, okay. Share this too on your social media and stuff like that. Yeah, let's finish listening to this and then. Oh, and of course we got to wrap it up with
If you're going to talk to Bernie Sanders again, scream at him in the face. Scream at him. Scream. Use that one opportunity. Like, I mean, how many more chances you can have to talk to Bernie Sanders, really, right?
He's very old. He is very old.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think I'll screaming at him.
Okay, I don't mean like literally scream at him.
Twitter fingers, online tough guy. I don't mean literally scream at him. Hassan, next time that you talk to the Zionists, next time you talk to Zionists, can you be just a little bit more aggressive? Don't scream at him though. Hassan, don't scream at. I don't literally mean scream at him. This is just a persona. But next time maybe, Hassan. I don't know. For me, pretty please, can you just like just a little bit more aggro, maybe a little bit more testosterone? Now that we know you're on a fucking cycle, Hassan, please, Hassan.
Screaming at him.
Okay, I don't mean like literally scream at him. I don't mean like literally scream at him.
Screaming at him.
Okay, I don't mean like literally scream at him.
Screaming at him.
Okay, I don't mean like literally scream at him.
I'm not actually the tough guy that I pretend to be online. Guys, please let me in the cool kids table, please keep me around. Get tossed with a fucking curve. You got tossed with a fucking curve. You couldn't hang out with the sex pest over here. You couldn't hang out with him. You didn't qualify, bro. Incels not need apply, I guess. Sad ass fool. What is the fundraiser for? Because this fundraiser that BadEmpanada contributed to was to distract from the fact that Ethan Klein, that Zionist little freak, exposed Noah Samson for his what do they call that? What was the legally appropriate phrase that I use? Stealthing by omission. So you're talking about his current fundraiser? Is he fundraising for what? It better not be for himself. He has more than enough money to keep up with the legal fees. And by the way, but what is it for, Katie? By the way, whether we're talking about Denims, Frogan, Casey Tron, Hassan Piker should have paid for all their fucking legal fees. Because none of this happens if Hassan Piker doesn't go into business with the Zionist Ethan Klein. Yeah, this fundraiser that I clipped this from was to distract from the fact that he was exposed as a selther by omission. He didn't do a fundraiser for Palestine before that. It's ZIONIST, bro. I think the one he's doing right now is for what? For Palestine as well, or for his own legal fees? Yeah, man. All right. Yeah. Both Hassan Piker and BadEmpanada are anti-black. All right. There's one more, of course, a classic one. Where is it? This one right here.
If you're going to talk to Bernie Sanders again.
Not that one. Where is it? This is the one that got them all upset. BadEmpanada before leaving Australia. Here we go.
Fucking so annoying. Anyway, I gotta go to bed. I'm so tired.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you,
Oh,
guys.
do you have someone else? No problem. It's finally great to talk to Hassan Piker.
It's finally great to talk to Hassan Piker. Kissing boot to the fucking end. Kissing his ass to the last fucking second.
Fucking so annoying. Anyway, I gotta go to bed. I'm so tired.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I feel like a bully, bro. I feel like a bully.
You
Oh,
guys.
do you have someone else? No problem. It's finally.
Do you have someone else? Catches himself being a little too desperate and says, oh, it's okay.
No problem. It's finally great to talk to Hassan Piker.
Fucking so annoying. Anyway, I gotta go to bed. I'm so tired.
Vic says, bro is too homophobic to be this fruity. Look, it's an unfortunate stereotype or kind of running theme that some of the most homophobic people are closeted. I don't think that's the case. I think BadEmpanada is a very sad, pathetic individual. You know, yeah. Soy Keith says, do you have someone else? And then there's a little grown ass man, by the way. Grown ass fucking man.
All right. Thank you,
Oh,
guys.
do you have someone else? No problem. It's finally great to talk to Hassan Piker.
Grown ass fucking man. And because I see through this shit, because I see this, his glorification of Fingusin, because I'm seeing the inconsistencies, his cult can't stand me. It's fine. It's cool. I don't glorify white people wherever the fuck they are in the world. A colonizer is a fucking colonizer. I'm good. I'm fucking good. Let's do some fucking reading. Why not? Is it this the piece that I wanted to go over? There's one more. No, this wasn't the piece. Fuck it. Let's read this one. There is one. Walter Rodney piece. But yeah. Is there another? Is there another? Can you tell me right now, Hassan? Don't lie to me. I'm tired of the lies. How much? Where are we at? We're at 338. We're at 420. Ayo, 420, y'all. I'm not cool anymore. Ayahuasca ruined my ability to smoke and enjoy marijuana. And my job, of course, that other part. Do I have time for this? Do we have time for this, chat? Let's read a little bit of this. Yo, chill, BT. BT, you always take shit too far. Chill, man. Chill. All right. The Shield of the Americas Exposed Fascism, New Face in the America by Onisonwu? No. Onisonwu? Chatoyer? My apologies. The counter-revolution is consolidating itself in the Americas, firing drones and missiles at farms and fishermen, plotting internal destabilization campaigns against insubordinate governments. The manufacturing lies and fever dreams about some bullshit they're calling narco-terrorism. This new old tactic is a hybridization of the war on terror and the war on drugs, developed to justify warfare targeting civilians as the internal drug trade ravages the poor and working class. Developed to justify warfare targeting civilians as the international drug trade ravages the poor and the working class with the full backing of the global ruling class, their institutions, and their banks. On March 7, 2026, in Doral, Florida, the public face of this consolidating counter-revolution took shape at the inaugural meeting of the Shield of the Americas, a coalition of right-wing and fascist puppet governments from across Turtle Island, and its military wing, the Americas Counter-Cartel Coalition, gathered and led singularly by the United States. Representing the evil empire were decaying racist U.S. President Donald Trump, inherently absurd Department of War Secretary Pete Hegseth, Secretary of State and delusional Gusano Narco Rubio, former Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, Secretary of Treasury Scott Bessent, Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick, and Jamison Geer, a U.S. trade representative with a background in the Mormon Church and the extensive experience in colonial law he picked up during the extended U.S. military occupation of Iraq. So, keep in mind, and I talked about this before, nobody's calling me anti-Mormon for highlighting the fact that these fools have their hands all over the deep state. All over the deep state. Nobody. So don't hit me with that fucking anti-Semitic bullshit. If you're not going to hit me with the anti-Catholic bullshit, the anti-Protestant bullshit, the anti-Mormon bullshit. No, the Narco Rubio's literally in the piece. It's a great piece. I'll drop it in the link. I'll drop a link, excuse me. I'll drop it in the chat. I'll drop a link in the chat. That's English, sort of. Yeah, I did hear about the Sally Rooney publishing thing violating BDS. The bare minimum is too much. The puppets on display hailed from Argentina, represented by President Javier Milei, destroyer of the Argentinian economy. From Bolivia, President Rodrigo Paz, who is currently facing mass grassroots mobilization across the nation calling for him to get his neoliberal ass out of Evo's chair. President-elect of Chile, Jose Antonio Cast, a better alternative for Trump than Demsok Gabriel Boric. Drake-esque opportunist clown and Palestinian comprador Nayib Bukele of El Salvador, the latest collaborator with U.S. war crimes Ecuadorian President Daniel Noboa, beneficiary of U.S. election interference and hero of the narco-trafficking elite Honduran President Nassari Asfura, another collaborator with war crimes and extrajudicial murders of her own constituents, Trinidad's Prime Minister Kamala Orsada de Sazar, perennial op from the perennially op nation. You're not making this easy on me. Luis Abinader, President of the Dominican Republic. Dolcil, clown Irfan Ali, current President of Guyana. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Why did I butcher it? Hold on. Guyana. Excuse me. Also President Jose Raúl Molino, President of Panama. Santiago Peña, President of Paraguay. Rodrigo Chavez Robles, Minister, Presidency of Costa Rica. Why did I butcher that? Guyana. Altogether, this assembly, branding itself as some kind of self-styled Avengers of the Hemisphere, had 12 nations represented, just 1/3 of the nations in Turtle Island. Notably excluded were virtually every progressive government in our region, including some of its largest economies, Mexico, Colombia, Brazil, headed by President Claudia Sheinbaum, Gustavo Petro, and Lula da Silva, respectively. Have we read this? Hold on. I think we read this. What the fuck? Chat, did we not read this already? I know this was published on the 20th. Chad, I'm pretty sure we read this. Maybe not in Hood Communist? Huh. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I remember because I remember it giving me such a hard time, all the fucking names to countries, names to countries. All right, well, yeah, I'm pretty sure. No, yeah, we did read this one. Yeah, Libre agrees that we read this. Let me see the history. Let me see if I have. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we did. I see if there's one more. Evo. I think Hood Communist had one of. We'll read this. Yeah, no, we definitely read it. We definitely read that. We'll read this. Y'all, thank you. Hit the like button. Again, today's stream, I'm not asking for anyone to donate or to join the Patreon. What I'm asking is donate to Save Aboud from genocide, this fundraiser here. That was the focus, the financial focus of the stream. I appreciate all the help. But if I'm gonna be petty and cover some of this bullshit, let's at least help Aboud out what we can. Again, if you can't financially or you're already donated, just please share it. Saline getting into it with Hassan, it's all fun and games and shit like that, but if we're not at least helping people in need, what the fuck's the point? Rules for the Rodney genocide and the legal logic of imperialism. And same author. So my apologies for the butchering of the name. If somebody knows, if they've done an interview somewhere where I could hear how to properly pronounce their name, I'd appreciate it. Because I know like Chirimaka, right? Whereas before I would say like Chirimacha. And I believe hearing it now a couple of times, I think it's like Chirimaka. So little things help just to be more respectful. I know that's a username versus an actual name. But just I try my best, even though I'm really, really bad. Oniyasonwu Chatore. I'm writing this at the end of a full day in which it really felt like the US or Israel might use a fucking nuke because Iran dared to defend itself. Many people, many more than I've seen taken an explicitly anti-war position in my lifetime, correctly oppose this. They condemn the war crimes in the name. They condemn the war crimes and name the attacks on civilian infrastructure as violations of international law. But after the US and Israel bombed a school in Iran on the first day of their latest attack with no consequence, after 3 years of the world's most documented genocide in occupied Palestine, after hundreds of years of societies built on foundations of enslavement, theft, and the murder, exporting their partisanism globally, these condemnations, though usually well-intended, feel very beside the point. It's always been like this, you see. As Walter Rodney explains in chapter 3 of How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, from the beginning, Europe assumed the power to make decisions within the international trading system. An excellent illustration of that is the fact that the so-called international law, which governed the conduct of nations in the high seas, was nothing else but European law. Africans did not participate in its making, and in many instances, African people were simply the victims, and the law recognized them only as transportable merchandise. So how do we make sense of this? In How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, Rodney shows us a method. Applying it to international law reveals what most legal scholars won't tell you. Historical materialism is a tool of analysis. It helps us understand that things don't just happen as disconnected events, but that everything comes from somewhere, cause and effect. It helps us understand why things happen, and crucially, how we could take collective organized action to make things happen. Rodney's historical materialist analysis pushes us to ask, who made international law? And whose interest does it serve today? The ruling class in power under capitalism and its need for a smooth, profitable system of international trade in order to generate wealth made the structure of international law to serve its needs. This is why I can't stand when emphasis or over importance is placed on international law. I understand it when people are trying to like point out a hypocrisy or weaponize it, but then you have Zionists like Norm Finkelstein cry about it. On Yi Son Woo. Thank you, Ace. And then somebody said that the colonizer spelled in Siremaxa. Okay. Sorry. Distracted. Are we? Yeah, here we go. From its inception, international law has really just been the law of the violently expansionist West, collectively developed by Western nations in order to ensure that they did not step on each other's toes too much while raping and enslaving the rest of the planet. International law has also historically and consistently been dropped on a whim when it became incompatible with the economic and political objectives of those same nations. It is essentially a system of rules for thee, but not for me, which has functioned as the backbone of international trade under imperialism, built to legalize, justify, and rationalize the mass destruction and exploitation the system needs to sustain itself. In the modern day, when we are faced with another barbarism of the system we cannot ignore, it is common to invoke international law and identify violations of it, to point to one act or another and say, that's a war crime. And it's like, sure, fine, usually even correct. But also, so what? The nations who made these rules have become the nations who made these rules have been committing war crimes the whole time, targeting civilians and infrastructure needed for life like land, air, and water Targeting civilians and infrastructure needed for life like land, air, and water has never been off the table. In fact, has been one of their primary strategies for consolidation of power and economic growth. So while it is important to name when things are wrong, to be clear about what constitutes violations, it is also important to be clear about what we are trying to do, what we can win on that terrain, and what we cannot. To understand these limitations, we can look at international law's failures in Palestine and then look at what is actually working to win justice in Cuba and Iran. So, I mean, I've kind of talked about this a little bit in that sense of like, hey, like, sure, we could talk about it, but like, it's not going to mean shit, and they're going to always find a way to flip it. All right. The genocide in Palestine is not a violation of international law's promise, but rather a fulfillment of international law's logic under imperialism when applied to the
Our 50th
colonized.
state.
Though many hands have
Like,
been
if we're gonna
wrung
colonize
and
them,
much
then let's
ink has
actually
been
show
spilled
solidarity,
about the
goddammit.
Zionist entity's attempt annihilation of the people of Palestine and Lebanon, a lot of it has the same energy as those scenes in Charlie in the Chocolate Factory, where Willy Wonka, watching assorted children use his products and die, and says in deep pan voice, "No, don't stop." How else could we explain the spectacle of political leaders across the West and in the Gulf Arab states making boneless calls for ceasefires and respect for international law at the UN while literally giving Israel guns, bombs, and cover it needs to do this Nazi shit in the first place? We have to recognize the performance. We have to recognize the performance of fucking kayfabe, the circus show. We have to recognize it. These nations and their leaders do not actually oppose this because they are helping it happen. Zionist Israel is not an outlier or an aberration, but a modern take on the very old tactic of settler colonialism, the inherently genocidal way that many Western imperialist nations built their wealth and spread their power around the world. Most of them have done what Israel is doing before. The only difference now is the technology being used to carry out their terror and the level of documentation of it. We should not be surprised that so many of the world's institutions created to uphold international law and humanitarian rights have so abjectly failed here, or that those same structures have been much more likely to be weaponized against the resistance while Israel kills with impunity. Instead, we should pay attention to what this tells us about who actually controls these structures and what that means for how they currently function. The colonized cannot wait for the colonizers' laws to save them. The law was never designed for that purpose. Those rules and those laws are meant to try and keep stability amongst these powers. Those rules and those laws are meant to waste our fucking time and keep us constrained. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Appreciate that. I always forget that I put the maíz shit. Thank you for that. Oh yeah, and I forget that the Emma clip happens. Yeah. Where are we at? So, if international law will not save Palestine, what will? As Ronnie wrote in The Groundings with my brothers, previously, black people prayed. We were on our best behavior. We asked the white to please. Now it is time to show our teeth in the snarl rather than a smile. Iran shows us the way. Six weeks into the latest unprovoked US and Israeli attack on Iran, it looks like Iran won. The victory was hard fought. The Islamic Republic survived decades of sanctions, attempted destabilization, even the threat of nuclear annihilation to force the US to negotiate on its terms. Iran knew the US could not be trusted, and something easily observed both in its own relations with the US, but also throughout the 400-year history of an empire which has been breaking treaties and ceasefires the entire time. Iran also correctly recognized that defense when your aggressor is the imperialist West means nothing less than resisting full extermination. I mean, Trump was literally advertising it as an extermination of a whole culture, of a whole society, of a whole civilization. Trump is quite blunt about this, but the logic has been the same, and the rhetoric often just as blunt since 1492. You cannot negotiate with an enemy that does not see you as human. You can't ally with him either. You can't have allies that don't see you as human beings. Your only option is to get organized, be clear on who you are and what you want, identify your leverage, and fight. I mean, we have to break shit down to like animal kingdom logic. We require safety. We require access to clean air, clean water, and food. We require agency to pursue prosperity. And to achieve peace, you have to stomp out these fucking bullies, these colonizers, these aggressors. Your only option is to get organized. Be clear on who you are and what you want. Identify your leverage and fight. That is precisely what Iran did. They built power through national unity, economic development, and brilliant military and strategic organization. They identified their leverage, the Strait of Hormuz, the choke point through which 20% of the world's oil passes. They fought, they won. They also are not the only ones. Iran is winning justice through militant, sacred defense. Cuba is winning with socialism and solidarity. At the end of January 2026, Trump escalated the already genocidal blockade on Cuba. His executive order absurdly named Cuba as an existential threat and threatened 50% tariffs on any nation selling oil to the island. At the same time, the US also began a naval blockade, which saw its Coast Guard and Navy begin intercepting ships bound for Cuba with oil. This escalation, combined with the kidnapping of Venezuela's democratically elected president and first lady, and the expropriation of that nation's oil supplies, formerly a major source of support for Cuba, immediately created a devastating situation on the island, impacting everything from medical care to food storage to the water supply. However, the Cuban people and the revolutionary project have been under attack by the US empire since its earliest days, and through it all, they have managed to survive through collective mass organization, long-term socialist economic planning centered on life, and a large and increasingly connected global solidarity movement built by Cuba's principled internationalism, meaning its commitment to building people-to-people ties based on humanism, equality, and respect for life. So when Trump claimed Cuba was on its last legs, and mused that he could do anything he wanted with it like the abuser he is, the Cuban Revolution and the movement blooming from it said, "The hell you will. When you zig, we zag, motherfucker." Thus, Cuba is surviving the US oil blockade through domestic oil production, an incredibly rapid expansion of solar power infrastructure, grassroots community organizing combined with state-run central planning to organize distribution of limited resources and material support from Russia, China, Mexico, Turkey, and people just like us all around the world. You cannot blockade solidarity or the sun. So, last two paragraphs here. The limitations of international law should be clear at this point, but I also want to be clear that I am not saying it is useless. One need only look at how imperialist powers are melting down and lashing out in response to South Africa bringing a genocide case against Israel to the International Court of Justice in order to see there is something useful there. Imagine a world not so far away now, where the international balance of power is shifted and the US, Israel, and the collective West cannot throw their weight around anymore because the global South is organized and unified to resist them. I suspect the enemy is imagining it too, and is quite invested in attacking any attempt to set a precedent for using international institutions to hold them accountable. We must first and foremost, however, contend with the world as it presently exists. Though the case has vexed them dearly, they have also been able to use their dominance of international institutions to tie up in procedural hurdles and delays which forestall most kinds of meaningful accountability. At this point, Benjamin Netanyahu has used warrants for 2 years. At this point, Benjamin Netanyahu has had warrants for 2 years and he is still a free man, jet setting around the world to sell genocide as religious self-defense. The ICJ and similar institutions represent an important field of struggle, but we cannot mistake legal strategy for liberation, nor can we expect justice out of these structures yet. We need to learn from Cuba and Iran and change that global balance of power first. Rodney pushed us to consider who made this law and whose interests it serves. An analysis of history and current events gives us an answer. So finally, the question I want to leave you with is, does international law contain any resources for anti-imperialist struggle? And how do we fight strategically and effectively when it fails? That's a great fucking piece, and I love, and I just completely adore their writing style. Like I could feel comfortable saying this to, you know, a coworker or a homie that may not be like insanely politically engaged. Very captivating, very smooth. You know, you heard me. I was barely struggling to get through it, which with my reading skills says a whole lot. Look, I appreciate y'all joining me today. It was a petty stream. But I hope it was a good time. I hope it highlights that Hassan Piker is what I said he's always been: a counterinsurgent propagandist, a Democratic Party sheepdog, a liberal Zionist normalizer, a collaborator, nothing but a made-up fucking PR stunt, a creation of Cenk Uygur and Stephen Banal. Y'all already know. BadEmpanada demonstrated that he's nothing but an opportunist, trying to cozy up to a man that he knew was no good. You have somebody else? He sure did, buddy, and he tossed it to the side. So I know what you are. I've been knowing what you are with the glorification of Norm Finkelstein. So, do me a favor, y'all, please. If you can, donate to, or just share or donate and share the link to this fundraiser. Do what you can. Let's see where they're at. There we go. They're almost there. Remember what Glenn Ford said: organize with eyes wide open. And as always, The Beast by John Trudell to end the week. In a wisp of smoke down in the corner, there was this cat named Fortunately, talking at me from voices in his head, yelling about what storytellers said. You gotta be careful here, child. There's a beast in the promised land. There's madness you don't understand. The beast is crazed and running wild. Little boy, man, little girl, woman, no big deal. Nothing personal. Your mind's another meal. Savoring the rush of you like heady wine. Feeding is what the beast is meant to do. Stranger are those walls built to hide. Stranger to look and learn not to see. He's in the mask you put on your face. Thoughts, his favorite breeding place. In the race to midnight, it's after 11. The nature of the beast is all he knows. Behind doors of hell are gates of heaven. Doors are open, but the gates are closed. Yes, Stu.